So let me show you how I got the concept idea. That was pretty easy. I wrote a prompt, a stylized, adorable robot design depicted in all orthographic views, blah blah blah. I will give you this prompt also. And I simply paste it into Leonardo AI. And here is the result. So this will be our base concept. And here are some other concepts which Leonardo gave me, but I decided to go with this one. But here are some cool details which we can borrow, for instance this bolt or the vent at the back of his head. So let's start right away. Okay, let's import our reference image. Let's first of all delete this cube and look for our reference image via import append or Ctrl-Shift-O. And here it is, our hero, but we will use only the one on the left, since this one is the only orthographic one, showing us the guy from the front view. So let's rotate this guy RX90. Let's look from the front view, and you can switch the views with numpad 1, which is for front, numpad 3 for right, numpad 7 for top, and if you press Ctrl, it will make the exactly opposite. So Ctrl numpad 7 is bottom, Ctrl numpad 1 is back, Ctrl numpad 3 is left. But I will provide you with some radial menus which you can use and which I will use throughout this course and also in all my YouTube videos. That's what I use, the radial menus. And the radial menu is simply a JavaScript file which I will provide you with and which you can drag into the viewport. And if you press F for the command menu and look for menu, you will see the radial menus which you can then give a shortcut by right clicking, and then you can use this shortcut to have access to the radial menu. And I will give you also a link where you can gather all the information. But now let's start with this guy. I will center this one, and if you create a sphere at the center here at the origin and drag a sphere, we can use this one to align our reference image. So let's do our adjustments for the reference image. So select this one and press M. Here you can do all the adjustments here in the menu. First of all, I want to have front only. So what this does is, if you look from the back, the reference image disappears. That's what we want. We want to see the reference image only from the front. Again, press M. So I would like to lower down the opacity to something like 0.2, which it doesn't do, which is quite annoying, maybe because it's still in beta. So let me switch to the old version. So now here we can lower down the opacity. Just click on opacity and 0.2, something like this. So we have this adjustment, we have the front only adjustment. And let's also change the depth to front, so we will always see the reference image while modeling. So press OK. Now we can position the reference image. We can block out the main shapes, but let's lock this reference image here. Now this guy, the reference image is locked and we can comfortably start modeling. So let's squeeze this sphere along the z-axis as Z, G, Z. And like I said, this guy is just a rough concept. We don't have to stick to it, but we have to start somewhere. As X, because I want you guys to have fun while exploring plasticity. So that's why this course won't be a hardcore cat surfacing thing. Okay, let's duplicate this sphere. Shift D, SS, and make the body as Z. Okay, that's the second shape. So let's name these guys. And I will draw some circles with the center circle, or Shift C. If we look from this view, it's on the same height as the sphere. Let's press G, Y, and bring this one further to the front. So we can position the circle. A rough positioning will do the job. mirror this one to the other side, pressing Alt X. Just press on this handle. Let me show you something. If we drag a center circle, let's say here, without touching anything else, it will again create the center circle here right on the x-axis. But if we start dragging a center circle while touching this circle, it will create this circle on the same height as the ones we have dragged out. So G, X, and if we press Ctrl, it snaps to the Z-axis, which is the center. And if we press SS, we can simply scale it down so that we have a nose, roughly. Okay, let's leave this one as it is and duplicate this one, pressing Shift-D, SS. Because now we will make the mouth. That's okay. And let's create a line, Shift-A, while touching the edge of this circle along the X-axis. Bring it to somewhere here, and we will use this one for trimming the rest of the stuff we don't need. So let's press T for trim and simply trim the junk. Press OK. Now let's draw these lines, or first of all let's draw this line, and it's a little bit tilted, and this is again at the same level as the X-axis. So if you select this one, the line, G, Y, and press Ctrl, it will snap to the height of this circle. Let's look from the front view. Alt X for mirroring it to the other side. Then I will create another circle, make an ellipse out of it. Again, same process. G, Y, press Ctrl, bring it to the front. Okay. Drag it down. S, Z. Okay, this will be the cutter for this detail. Now I will create a horizontal line with Shift-A, starting here at the middle, here. Click here, drag it out, press OK, bring it down. GY, Control, let's look from the front. And I will duplicate this one, Shift-D, and drag it to somewhere here. Okay, press R twice for rotating, something like this. Also G twice for moving freestyle. Put this one somewhere here. Now we will bridge these two lines, or we will loft these two lines rather, with control point mode. Here in my radial menu, you can switch the control point. So select the first control point, Shift select the second control point, and let's press L for loft and play with the continuities. If you press tab, you can switch between different continuities. By default, it starts with G2. Let's try G3. G0 is a sharp transition. G1 is a tangent transition. And G2 are the more detailed transitions. And you can also click on the dots for changing the continuities separately. So this one G3, for example, G0, G1. Let's play around with the different options. And if you press a D, we can play also with the tension. So let's try this one. Here you can play with the tension. Okay. We don't need these lines any longer. And I want to extend this curve. So let's look for extend curve, pressing F for the command menu. Extend curve. While this control point is selected, and here let's type in a value, let's say 0.1. You can see that here is a slight extension. And we can also determine the shape of the extension. So in this case, it's natural by default. Let's try linear. Then you can see that this extension is straight. Soft gives you such a result. And here are some more. And if this is too short, you can change the distance. Yeah, I think I will go with 0.5 so that I have some room, because I will need it in a minute. Or I can go even with 0.7. Press OK. And in edge mode, let's mirror this guy. Alt X. Merge halves together, unfortunately, doesn't work with the curves, even if you try. If we activate merge halves together, press OK, they still remain separated. Unlike solids, you can merge them while mirroring. We will do this later. So let's take these guys and merge them manually by pressing J. And now it's one object. So that's it for now. I will switch back to my beta version because we don't need the reference image for now. So we can deactivate it. Okay, now I can start my first editings on this head with the lines and curves which we have created. And the pure ref window I have here on the right and always on top is enabled with Ctrl Shift A. Now it's disabled. I enable it again. Okay, the first thing I will do is making these cuts here on the left and on the right. Therefore I go to solid mode, select the head and press C, which is the shortcut for cut. And then I will select the first cutter, which is this line, and then the second one with Shift select. And if the lines after being selected in the cutting mode get such a weird look, that means we are on the right path. We have our first cut. And you can also see that some more solids were created. Those are these ones, the newly created solids. I would like to make a second cut, which is this one here. Edge mode, I would like to make some further adjustments. Like I said, our design doesn't have to be exactly the same as here. And in solid mode, again, select the head, which has now a different name, but that's okay. Again, C for cut and select this circle as a cutter. Press OK. Now we have our second cut. And of course, if you don't like the way it looks, you can always go back and adjust the shape. Let's say SX, make it wider, select the head, C, select the cutter, and you can also see before running the command or while running the command how it will look. And if you are happy with this look, you can press OK or you can go for another look. I will try something else and along the way I will show you a new technique. So let's select this body, Shift D for duplicating it, bring it up, S, Y for scaling along the Y-axis, make something like this, press OK, and then SS, make it smaller, look from the front view. Now let's cut, but now we will use our first Boolean command. So for running the Boolean command, you select the target object, which is in this case the head, press Q, and now you have here a couple of different Boolean options. It's set to difference by default. Target body is already selected. We have to select the tool body, which is the cutter, which is this one, and by default difference is selected. So what this does is it cuts away the intersecting part. Union unifies these. Intersection, only the intersection will remain, and slice will give us this result. That's what we are going for, and all these different types of Boolean have their own shortcuts. Shift Q for slice, W for difference, Q for union, Shift E for intersect. Keep tools is when you don't want to use the cutter after the Boolean operation, then you press T. And if you press OK and run the Boolean and delete this thing, we have something like this going on, which looks cool, but I will nevertheless try another Boolean operation. First of all, I would like to widen this one. Again, I select the head, press Q, and right away, after selecting this cutter, I press Shift Q for running the slice operation and delete this overlapping stuff. And that looks okay. I will go with this one. So in solid mode, we can see that we have, again, a separated solid here. But I don't want this one to be on the same level as this surface. So what I do is go to face mode, select this face and offset it. And you don't need to run anything else. If you select in face mode a face, the offset face command pops up automatically. So we just need to drag on this handle to play around with the offset of this surface. So that's what I want, a slight difference here. To get these cutters out of the way, I can simply select these. I can delete them, but I want to keep them as a backup. That's what I always tend to do. And even this one, we haven't used this one. We have used another solid. Anyhow, I want to keep this one also. I select these three and press Ctrl G for grouping them. And I will call it construction, and I will deactivate it so they don't get in my way. Now let's have a look at our reference, because I want to make this cut, this big one, this one, but I don't want to make this one as straight as this one. I want that the cut goes like this, so it isn't that visible here, I guess, but if the cut starts here, it goes like this. So it's not a straight cut, it's slightly tilted. That's what I want. So therefore I would like to make a solid out of this curve. Let's select these two control points in control point mode and simply press L for loft. Tap until you come to G0 continuity. And you have seen that now this space has changed. That means that these curves are closed, which is okay, which is what we want, but they are nevertheless still separated. I want them to be one object, so therefore select the first edge in edge mode, shift select the second one and simply press J for join. Now it's one object. And the second thing which I will do is go to face mode, here to face mode. And if I now select the inner part of this closed curve, the extrude command pops up automatically, so that I just need to drag along this handle. Boom, I have another solid and I will use this solid as a cutter. So let's look from the left view, go to solid mode, select this newly created one, bring it to here, and I will now rotate this. But if I rotate it right away, pressing double R, I see that I lose this position. So from the front view, I get something like this, but I want this position to remain. So what I mean by that is I will rotate this solid by changing its pivot point. I'm somewhere about here, that's okay. Now I will rotate, pressing R. Here, if you press V, you can change the pivot. That's what I want. So after pressing R, I press V. And I come to this point, which I want to be the pivot. Now I can rotate. And if we look from the front view, we see that our solid has nearly the same position as the curve which we created at the beginning. So that's what I wanted. And if you look from the left view, we can see that we have the slight tilting going on, but I want it to be like this. Again, press R, V, change the pivot, rotate it more. Yeah, something like this. Press OK. So select the head, Q. Select the cutter, Shift Q, press OK, delete the overlapping stuff. Yeah. And I can create my vent, the vent detail. Let's keep on adding the face details. Here at his eyes, a weird thing is going on, but I like it somehow. So on the one hand, the eye itself is round, but this part, the border around the eye it's somehow flat, and I like this effect, and I've tried to achieve this effect off the record, but it didn't look good. So I will make this outer part also round so that it doesn't look like an arrow. I will not use these circles as cutters because, let me show you, if I cut the head with these circles right away, it will cut through. That's not what I want. Instead, I will create a cylinder out of this one. So in face mode, let's select this guy, drag out a cylinder, and we will use this cylinder as a cutter, as a Boolean cutter. So in solid mode, let's select this guy and push it in. And before doing any kind of Boolean operation, I would like to isolate these two parts, so the head and the cutter. So select the head and the shift select the cutter, press Shift H for isolating these. And now we can see how far we can push the cutter. Drag along the y-axis, and here you can see that it is sticking out. That's not what we want. So we can do like something like this. So let's run the Boolean operation right away. After mirroring the cutter to the other side, pressing Alt-X. Let's run the Boolean operation. Select the head, press Q, then select the cutter, Shift select the second one. But this time I will press also T for keeping the tools. I need these cutters after the Boolean operation also. So let's press T. And now the color changes. Let's press OK. Let's drag these cutters out and see what we have. That looks okay. And now let's simply select both edges and press B and D. This will be our first fillet for running the fillet operation. And the reason for pressing D is, let me show you. Here we have some options, A for chamfer, D for fillet. Let me show you the difference. So if you run the fillet and drag along this handle, we can chamfer it. You see the value goes into the negative. And if we drag along the other direction, the value goes to the positive. And we are filleting instead of chamfering. But to fillet right away without doing the guesswork, whether it is going to the chamfer or to the fillet, you can fillet right away by pressing B and D and dragging. And I prefer to have round numbers. 0.03 looks somehow better. Let's go with this value. And here let's take these two faces in face mode. Shift X, let's delete them. And in edge mode, let's patch them. So select the first edge. Press Shift J for patching. But we don't want G0 continuity. Press Tab and look for other continuities. G1 is okay. I want this rounded look. Press OK and do the same with this one. Again, in edge mode, select this edge. Shift J for patch. Tab for G1 and OK. So select both solids and scale them along the Y-axis. So S, Y. So something like this. And let's push these guys in. So our robot gets some eyes. And I like this look. Here we can put in some further details, and I will even exaggerate it because I have something in mind. I will give this guy some glasses, some sci-fi glasses. So I want them to stick out, something like this, maybe even more. Press Shift H for isolating them. In face mode, let's drag these faces. Alt H for bring back the rest. And let me show you how I will create the glasses. So select this face in face mode and press Ctrl R for running the isoparam command. Let me show it to you via the command menu. Press F, type in isoparam, this one. Here is the line we can create, and if you want to switch the direction, the UV direction, we can simply press Tab. Now again in face mode, let's select this face, press Shift D for duplicating it, press OK. And now you can see that here is a Z fighting going on. The face which we have extracted is at exact the same location as the cylinder from which we have extracted the face. So therefore let's press S Shift Y for scaling along the X and Z direction, but excluding the Y direction. So S Shift Y for excluding the Y direction, because we want to have this thickness. That's okay. We don't want this one to change. Just scale it slightly. So S Shift Y. And I will duplicate this sheet again. Shift D, SS. Let's look from the front view. Yeah, that looks okay. And SY for scaling along the Y axis. And in edge mode, we can select both edges and loft them. But before doing so, I will even scale it further along the Y-axis as Y. So it's visible that there is a difference in the thickness. So again, in edge mode, select the first edge, then Shift select the second edge, press L for loft. And I don't want this continuity, this G1, I will go with G0. And on this side also, select both edges in edge mode, press L for loft, and go with G0 continuity for both sides. We will fillet them manually. Now we have these 4 sheets. You can select them also from this outliner if it is too tedious to catch them here. So select the first sheet, Shift select the last one, then Shift H to isolate them. And if we press J, we should be able to join them and create a solid out of these sheets. So let's press J. There you go. Now we have joined all 4 sheets and we have a solid. We can fillet the edges. B, D. Here you can see that somehow this edge is splitted. That's okay, that's not a big deal. You can either select one edge and run the fillet, which pops up automatically, or you can press Alt while selecting one edge, so you can select the whole edge loop, which isn't that necessary in this case. But just a side note how to select loop edges. And again, B, D, let's fillet. That's the most powerful thing about plasticity. You can fillet like crazy. That's what I like. That's what everybody likes using plasticity. 0.01 should do the job. And do the same on this side. BD 0.01. Of course, there are cases in which you should avoid micro filleting, but that's another topic. Let's keep on filleting. BD 0.02, maybe the outer edge can be rounder than the inner one. And here also BD 0.02. And if you press Alt H for bring back the rest, G, push it further in. And let me show you one thing. We select this eye or this eye cylinder, press Shift H. We select it, press F and look for redundant, delete redundant topology. So we can delete all the stuff which isn't necessary for this specific object. So in this case, this isoparam curve can be deleted if we run the delete redundant topology command. Isoparam curves and imprint curves can be deleted, unlike these edges, which are structural curves. I call them structural curves. They are there for holding the whole solid together, and they were used for creating the solid in the first place. They aren't edges which were created afterwards, like isoparam curves or imprint curves. So that's why you can't delete these edges. Okay, Alt H, bring back the rest. Select this guy, Alt X for mirroring it along the x-axis. Press OK. And now let's connect these two. In solid mode, select both solids, Shift H. I'm just freestyling now. So now let me show you a very funky way to connect these two solids with the tangent circle, which lives here in the circle world. Let's zoom in and snap to this edge and click. That's the first click. You see the tangent circle is still active, the command. Come here, click on this edge and boom, you see that we are right about to create a circle, a tangent circle. And you see that here is the middle. And I want that the tip of this tangent circle is close to the middle line, something like this. And I will mirror this tangent circle along the z-axis. So let's select the circle in edge mode, press Alt X, but I don't want the pivoting to happen here on the center. I want it to happen here. So therefore, while the mirroring command is still active, let's press F for freestyle for changing the gizmo or the pivot. So let's snap it to here and drag along the z-axis down and press OK. And what I want is this shape here at the middle. So therefore, in edge mode, select this edge, the edge at the bottom, here also these two edges, and Shift D for duplicating them. While these edges, the edges which we have duplicated, are still active, let's select these two circles and press Shift H for isolating them. And the only thing we need to do now is running the trim command. So let's press T and start trimming the redundant stuff. That's what I wanted. And if we select these 4 curves and J for joining them, let's bring back the rest, pressing Alt H, and now in object mode. And if you don't work with the radial menu, just press 5. We can now select stuff of different types. So in this case, this curve, then Shift select these two solids, and again Shift H for isolating them so we can see what we are doing. And in face mode, select this closed curve and you see the extrude command pops up right away. Let's extrude this guy. And we will snap the extrusion at this edge. So let's try and press Ctrl. Boom, there you go. And we can take this construction and put it into the construction folder and select these 4 edges. And let's fillet them. BD 0.01. So we have a slight fillet going on. Or we can even try 0.02. Of course, it's up to your personal preference. I will go with 0.01. Press OK. And let's union boolean them, pressing Q twice. So first for running the boolean command, and the second Q is for running the union boolean. Press OK, and here you see that we have a solid, single solid. And if we bring back the rest, our hipster robot has hipster glasses. Let's hide the curves for a minute and the edges, and look with this madcap, which looks quite funky, and go to perspective mode and hide the overlays. That's what we have so far. Matter of fact, we have even more. It isn't visible. That looks cool, and we can do here further detailing. And I like this filleting and the fact that here isn't any filleting at all. Looks like a steampunk style of glasses. And we can do even further detailing here. So let's bring back edges. I mean, the usual way of modeling is first blocking out, then making the first details and then the second details and whatnot. So the detailing part comes after. But since we are doodling around and since I want you guys to have fun, we don't have to stick to these modeling rules, and that's what I will do. So therefore, select these glasses, duplicate them, Shift H for isolating them. Let's look from the top view, and I will create 2 circles. So Shift A, create a circle at the center. Press OK. Let's bring back overlays so we see what we are doing here. G, drag it along the x-axis, press Ctrl for snapping it at the y-axis, press OK, and press SS, further scaling this guy. That looks okay. You see, commands I am using, they are just repetitions, but repetition is key. G, Y, drag this one along the y-axis so that it comes close to this edge, so something like this, and also activate the X-ray mode, and of course the curves, otherwise we won't see the curve which we have created. Let's drag this guy along the Z-axis and mirror it, pressing Alt-X, press F for freestyle for changing the pivot, because otherwise it will mirror here. That's not what we want. So press F and change the pivot, put it to the center of the glasses. And now you can see that we can mirror it along the x-axis, but at the center of the glasses. That's what I wanted. And now we will use these 2 circles as cutters to cut through these glasses. So in solid mode, select the glasses, press C, then select the first cutter, Shift select the second one, and press OK. Now we can, in solid mode, delete the outer parts. We just need the middle part. Delete it, pressing X, here also X. And we don't need these parts. So we can, in face mode, Shift X the face, Shift X the second face. And in solid mode, select the remaining stuff and simply press X. That's what we have. And if we select the remaining sheet and run the thicken command, pressing F, look for thicken, this one, and drag along this handle, you can see that we get a detail like this. Press OK and bring back the rest. Alt H, Alt Z for hiding the X-ray mode. So let's select both solids, these 2, so the glasses and the outer detail. Shift H, isolating them. If the detail which we have created is too thick, you can, in face mode, press Alt for selecting the whole face loop and drag it further down for making it thinner or even thicker. I will go with thinner because it's too thick for my taste. And I will press OK. And in solid mode, let's try to boolean them. Union boolean, Q, Q, Now we have one solid. And in edge mode, let's try our micro filleting. BD 0.01 is too large. BD 0.007 maybe. That looks okay. Let's repeat the process on this side. So in edge mode, Alt select the whole edge loop, BD 0.007, like James Bond. Press OK. And here also. So Alt select the first edge loop, Shift Alt select the second one. And here we can try to run a larger fillet, BD 0.01. And if we bring back the rest and hide the edges, we have a nice detailed steampunk style of glasses for our little robot. At this point, I would like to give a brief theory lesson so you don't have to follow along. I just would like to talk about topology. Here, this little glasses detail shows us how quick the topology can become cluttered. Here there are tons of fillets and edges and whatnot. That is the reason why I always try to keep the edges at a minimum level. And that is also the reason why I don't work on one side and mirror it to the other side. Then I will get again a redundant edge here at the middle. And I want to avoid these redundant edges from the get-go. So let's duplicate this head. I mean, I will duplicate it. You don't have to follow along. Shift D, G, X. Let's make something like 3. Here's also a redundant edge. And if I run the delete redundant topology command, you see that this edge remains because this is, like I said in another situation, this is one of the structural edges which can't be deleted. They were created while running this Boolean command. So we cannot get rid of this unless we resurface it. And I will do this and I will show you also the reason for this edge. Second reason why I do this theory lesson is I want you to know why there are some edges at several places. So I want you to have complete control over your model. So therefore I will resurface this guy and this time I will do the exact same operations but avoid this edge. I go to face mode, select these two faces and Shift X, I delete them. And then in edge mode, I loop select this edge with Alt and press Shift X. And at this point, be careful, as soon as you untrim a solid, it becomes a sheet. No matter if there aren't any boundary edges. So even if you run the boundary edges command, so F boundary edges, which is useful for finding some holes or errors in your model, there aren't any open holes or any type of errors. This is watertight, but nevertheless, it is classified as a sheet as soon as you start to untrim a solid. But there is a quick fix. I don't know. It must be a bug of the program. I'm not sure. Shift X. I delete this face, a simple face. I select it, press Shift J for repatching it in G0 continuity, and look what happens as soon as I press OK. It becomes again a solid. But that's just a side note. So let's keep on rebuilding this part. So from front view, I will first make this Boolean. I select this detail, Shift deduplicate it, GX3, so that it is at the same location as this guy. And now I press Shift H for isolating this cutter. And in face mode, I simply drag this face out. So I have something like this, the initial cutter, as you remember, which we have used at the beginning. And this is still a solid. Run the slice command. So first select the target body, then shift select the cutter, press Q, Shift Q for running the slice command right away, press OK, delete the redundant stuff in solid mode, go to face mode, select this face so that offset face pops up right away, drag it. I guess we had something like, Yeah, something like 0.03, I guess. So we have this first thing. Okay, now comes the important part of this lecture. So Shift D, G, X, 3, so that we can duplicate this curve at the exact same position as here. So let's have a look at this curve. So if we select it in edge mode, it looks as it is a single object. But if you unjoin it, pressing Alt J, look what happens here. The single object is divided into 3 objects here. So joining is not the same as merging. If you select multiple curves and press J for join, you basically group them. They are not merged as one object. So that's why when you in face mode, select this face and drag out a solid. Look what happens. The edges on where the single curves are divided will appear also on the solid. And this edge will appear here. So you see that a simple thing, a simple detail like this will follow you throughout your workflow, and you will have an uninteresting and redundant and maybe in some cases a problematic edge which could be avoided in the first place. There are 2 ways to avoid this edge. The first one is create a duplicate of this curve and simply loft these 2 curves, pressing L, press OK, and here you see that there aren't any redundant edges, and then you can simply press Shift J for patching both ends, and you have a solid, and you can boolean with this one. And the second method is rebuilding this curve, so making this a real single curve. If we run the rebuild command, so press F, look for rebuild, we can basically recreate this curve. If we change the method to points, it doesn't work with refit, but it works with points. Now it looks wobbly. Raise up the point count. So let's say something like 200. Now you can see that we have a really detailed curve. And if we press OK, and if we now press Alt J for unjoin, nothing happens because now it is a real single curve. And if you now in face mode select this face and drag out, extrude a solid, you will see that this one is also clean. And then you can use this one to run your boolean. That's what I will do. So I will drag it out furthermore. And then I already have laid out these lines. These lines will be my guiding lines. So in object mode, I select these 2 lines. The main body and the cutter, press Shift H, look from the side view, select this guy. I will also enable X-ray mode, G. That's a new feature in Plasticity. We can disable the faces, which comes in handy in this case. And now I can rotate, pressing R twice. Now I will change the pivot of the rotation, pressing R, V, putting it here. I will enable again the faces. And I think that's okay. So let's select the target body, Shift select the cutter, then Q, Shift Q for running the Boolean slice command. Let's delete this redundant stuff. And here you can see that we have a clean surface here without any redundant edges. So you can follow along this step if that makes you happy, but it's not that important. I just wanted to show you how you can avoid redundant edges from the get-go. And I wanted to talk a little bit about topology and about fake single curves, which aren't single at all. So you can keep these details in mind while modeling. That looks okay. Okay, let's continue with the face, with the nose and his mouth and these details. So I already have laid out a circle. I will simply cut it, make a half circle. With Shift A, I create a line, G, X, center it while pressing Ctrl, so it snaps to the middle of this circle, which is also the center. Press SS for scaling it. Take your time for the fine-tunings, and the fine-tuning parts I will probably time-lapse. Let's loft these, pressing L, and go with G1 continuity. Let's play with the tension for make it flatter, like here. I can even try G2. Here I will go with G2. Select both curves, join them, and I will squeeze this. And finally, I will rebuild this curve because I want this one to be merged. I talked about this, I discussed this topic. So F, look for rebuild. Let's extrude the solid in face mode. And we can use this as a cutter as well as the nose. Let's select both solids, so the cutter as well as the target body. Shift H, you know the drill. Doesn't have to go that deep. That's okay, I guess. Slightly deeper so we have enough space for the fillet. Target body, shift select cutter, Q, shift Q. Okay, I delete this part which sticks out. I select the head, again isolated, shift H, BD 0.01 or even 0.02. Okay, bring back the rest with Alt H. And now I will bevel the edge of the nose itself, BD 0.01. And here we can also play around. We can let this one stick out, something like this maybe, so it's visible from the side view. Okay, let's continue with the mouth. And we will simply imprint this curve onto the face and extract it and pipe it. Let me show you what I mean. Select the head, Shift I for running the imprint curve, then select the curve. So you see that it imprints on this surface. And now I have the exact curvature of this surface. And I select this imprint curve and Shift D for extracting an independent curve. Press OK. Pipe it, pressing P. And here you can see that we can play with the thickness. Maybe something like 0.02. Yeah, I think that will do the job. But I don't want these flat endings, so I will delete both ends and rejoin them, or repatch them rather. So Shift X. In edge mode, Shift J and tap to G1. So we have a cool rounded cap. Here also, Shift J, G1. Press OK. And I guess we are done with these curves for now. We can take all of them and put them into our construction folder so that they don't get in our way. And we can delete these curves. Here is still a curve left. Yeah, that's the imprint curve. That's the curve which we have extracted out of the imprint curve. We don't need it because we have the main curve which we have projected onto the surface. So we can delete this one. Now let's add these details and then let's fillet these main parts so it looks cool when we turn off the edges. So there are several ways for making this detail. I will create a center circle with Shift C, then a line with Shift A, which I will use to cut this curve into half, and I won't trim it. There is a difference between trimming and cutting a curve. Cutting a curve splits this curve without deleting anything, without trimming. Select this one, the one which I want to cut, and look for Cut Curve in the command menu, press F. And I have assigned a shortcut to that one. And the shortcuts which you assign yourself, they are colored unless the default shortcuts. So I run the cut curve command and the target body is already selected. That's the circle. And now the cutter, I select the cutter, which is the line, press OK. I can delete this one. So let's connect these points in control point mode. Pressing L, so I will go with G0, mirror this one to the other side along the x-axis. Let's take all of them, join them and rebuild. Let's scale this guy. In face mode, select this. Again, the same thing which we have done with the nose. Target body, Shift select the cutter, Q, Shift Q, OK, delete this outsticking part. In face mode, I will push this face further in and I will leave this one as it is. And of course, fillet. And here you can see the beauty of rebuilding. If I wouldn't have rebuilt this detail, we would have some redundant edges. But with this workflow, you have a clean surface, 0.01. And if we hide the edges, we have a cool detail like this. And later on, if we give this a glowing material on Blender, this will look cool, I guess. And for this one, let's first create the circle. Then in object mode, select the circle as well as the solid. Shift H. I'm fine-tuning so that I have a perfect circle when I imprint or when I boolean it in a few moments onto the surface. But of course, I still have to do some fine-tuning. Something like this. And I want the second circle inside this one. So when I press O and drag along this handle, I can offset it. In face mode, I will select this part and extrude so that I can extrude a solid, which I will use to cut the surface. I want to hide these curves. And in face mode, I push the face into the solid. And now again, a simple slice, a boolean slice. So select the target body, shift select the cutter, Q, shift Q, you know the drill by now. Delete this part. Let's bring back the edges so we can see what we are doing. And I don't want this surface to get in my way. So I will push this one also in. Now select this solid, Shift H. In edge mode, select both edges and fillet them so that we have a cool round filleting going on. BD. Also 0.01. Like I said, I like the round numbers, not all the stuff which comes 2 digits after this one. I won't play with the shape. I will rather drag the whole. I will do something like this. G. So isolate this one. Shift H. Look from the side view. Press G. V for changing the pivot. So that's what I wanted. Now I can simply drag it out like so, slightly. Press OK. And if I bring back the rest, I have this slight bump going on, which looks cool, I think. Let's put them into the construction folder. Select this face again. And now I can push it out. And here is another cool trick. If you are in face mode, if you want to go to edge mode, for selecting the edge of the face which is selected, you don't need to go to edge mode. You can simply press Ctrl 2 and the edges of the face will be selected right away. You can fillet this guy also. Here in the reference image, it's a little bit lower, but that's okay. The last thing which I would like to do for this surface is separating this part from this one. So this one is already separated. We can give it a different material later in Blender as it is here, metallic one, but the one in the middle is still a part of this big surface and I want to separate them. So I can give this one also another material, maybe something like glass. So I don't want these two to be connected. So let's isolate this part so we can work more comfortably. In face mode, select these 3 faces and Alt J for unjoining. And now we have 2 sheets. Let's close them, make a solid out of them. So Shift H for isolating furthermore. Edge mode, select this edge. Shift J for patch. G0 is completely fine. I press OK and this one is again a solid and a separate one. That's what I wanted. And let's also convert the other one into a solid. Alt H, solid mode, select this one. Shift H. Let's simply in edge mode select this one, this edge. Press Shift X so we get rid of the hole. I talked about this weird thing in another situation. This one is already a watertight, perfect solid, but nevertheless it remains as a sheet. So in these situations, just take a random face which is easy to delete and repatch. This one. Shift X, delete it. In edge mode, select this edge. Shift J for patching it, for repatching it, and look what happens. It will become a solid. So that's, I think, a weird bug. Alt H, bring back the rest. So that's what we have so far. We can continue our filleting journey with the main parts, which we haven't filleted yet. And I promise you, after filleting these main parts, these ones, it will get a completely different look. So in edge mode, select first of all this edge. edge, BD 0.04. Here we can go with the bigger fillet maybe. No, that doesn't look that good. BD 0.01. Yeah, okay, I will go with 0.01. Here also, BD 0.02 maybe. Yeah, here we can go with the bigger fillet. 02 is okay. Select this one, Shift H, and give this one 0.02. This edge also, that looks okay. Let's look from this perspective. Always check your model from all perspectives and angles. Let's also fillet these ears. I call them ears. Select both sides, Shift H. 0.01 will do the job. BD 0.01, Alt H, select the head, Shift H. I can go with 0.02, BD 0.02, and I will also slice these parts here as in the reference image, so I can give them easily different materials in Blender. So therefore, let's bring back the construction. I take these two, and here I can simply move these selected items to root so they will get out of the construction folder. Deactivate this one, select this one, Shift D, push it to the side somewhere here. And you know me, I like round numbers. Minus 0.1, nope. Minus 0.15, no. Minus 0.125, yeah, that's okay. Here also, Shift D, drag it out, 0.125. Now we can slice these or cut these solids. C for cut, select this one. Press OK, and here the same drill, and we can put them back into the construction folder. Here are further details, but I will leave this for later because I'm not sure whether I will do this as it looks here. So I want one detail here at the back here, which I have seen on another robot. This vent or something similar to this one. So let's create two lines with Shift A. And the third one, something like this maybe. And we can always play with the control points, but that's okay, I guess. So let's go to control point, loft them. That looks okay. Here also at the bottom, loft. And if we now, in edge modes, delete these lines and mirror these, we have a similar situation like here. So let's try one more thing. In control point mode, loft them. Yeah, that looks better. Let's try also the other continuities. Maybe G1. Play with the tension. And I will do the same here at the bottom. Loft. Play with the tension. Here it's more rounded. But I'm not sure whether I want it that rounded. I like this shape and I will go with this one. This shape consists obviously of 4 curves. Select all of them and press J and rebuild. Because I want to project it here and I want to make a couple of operations and I don't want any kind of redundant edges here. Rebuild. I will give it a large amount. Let's say something like 100. That's okay. SS, make it smaller. So in face mode, let's extrude a solid. Show the edges so we can see if there is something goes wrong. G, Y, let's push this one in. Isolate both. Shift H. Okay, that looks okay. Select the target body, Shift select the cutter, Q, Shift Q. So slice it, press OK, delete this one, and we can push this one further in. Okay, now I would like to do something different. Let's select this, Shift D, duplicate it, and bring it out by 1 meter. So we have a round number, and I will show you in a minute why I want to have a round number. Let's look from the side view. So select this edge, Shift D, bring it out. And now we will cut this with another line. So let's create a line somewhere here. That's okay, I think. Shift D, create a second line, which you can drag to somewhere here. Okay, now select the curve, look for cut curve. Select the first cutter, shift select the second one. And let's delete all these. And we don't need this one either. And now we can stretch this. And the whole operation which I have done so far with this curve is I want to create a cutter which has the same curvature as this one. I want to have a cut here. So therefore, let's select this guy. And I don't want this curvature. So I scale this along the x-axis. So SX0. So I squeeze it. Now I have a straight line. And I want to extend this. But before extending, I have to rebuild it because probably it won't work. Rebuild. And this time I will go with refit. That's okay. Now in control point mode, select the outer control point. Look for extend. Type in a random value. 1 meter is far too much. Let's go with 0.2, something like this. And let's try the other shapes. So natural doesn't work, obviously. Linear could work. And soft also. Yeah, I will go with soft also for the bottom. So look for extend. 0.2 and soft is already selected. Let's press OK. Bring it to somewhere here. OK. And now we can bring this one further out. And from the right view, we can cut this one. So select the sheet, C, select the cutter, press OK. We don't need this one. And we can thicken this one. So F, look for thicken. Something like this. That looks okay. Press OK. G, Y, -1. And you can see that it fits perfectly. And we don't need this shape. Or I will do something else. I will take this shape, Shift D, duplicate it, and leave this curve and delete the sheet. Now I can create a pipe out of this curve. So select the curve, press P for pipe. Make it a little bit thicker. 0.02 will probably do the job. And I want to merge these two parts. So this one which we have thickened and the pipe. We select both solids. They are solids. Shift H. Select the pipe. That looks okay. Okay, here it sticks out, but that's okay. I can probably fix it by pushing this sheet further in face mode. Offset face. Push it in. And let's see if it looks okay. Let's also look from this perspective. We can push it further in. Press OK. Okay, now we can merge these. We can run a union boolean. So select this, shift select this one, press Q twice, press OK. And bring back the rest, Alt H. So this part will get a different material. That's what I wanted to have a separation. From the back view, create a line, but by touching this curve. This one. Bring this out of the way. Again. Create a line which touches this curve. Shift A. Something like this. Let's pipe it. Press P for pipe. I prefer that this pipe is slightly thinner than this. Now let's array this pipe. First of all, let's SX scale it along the x-axis. Press Ctrl so it snaps to this axis. Boom. So select the pipe, look for array. There are three kinds of array: rectangular array, radial array, and curve array. Let me show you what happens if we take rectangular array. It will array in a straight line. That's not what we want. Radial array will do something like this. We want to have a curve array, so we can use this curve as a guide. Curve array, solids or curves, they are already selected. It's our pipe. Now let's select the path, which is this guy. Now you can see what happens. We can play around with the number. Let's make something like 20 or even 25 if we want to have tighter gaps. Yeah, that looks okay. $1 meter. I don't like this part, so I will fix them manually. I don't need this pipe, and I don't need these pipes, obviously. Now I can run a boolean. So let's select all these solids and press Q twice. So that's what we have now. One solid, and if this bothers you, you can simply in face mode select all these faces which are sticking out, all these parts, and delete them. And as soon as you delete one face, solid becomes a sheet, but we will repatch it. That's not a big deal. And in edge mode, delete all these edges with Shift X. So all these holes. And if you select something by mistake, you can always press Ctrl Z. So if I select this last edge and press Shift X, this solid, this one which is technically speaking is a solid, will remain a sheet. So what I will do is, instead of deleting the last hole, I will patch it with Shift J. And now this one is a solid again. Let's see if we can delete this redundant stuff. Look for redundant, delete redundant topology. Okay, cool. We were able to delete this redundant stuff also. Now we have a clean, cool vent going on. There is one more thing I would like to add, and that is a filleting here for all these vents. So let's try a tiny fillet, BD 0.005. So let's see how it looks when I hide the edges. Yeah, that looks cool. So I will fillet all these pipes. BD 0.005. Yeah, that looks okay. So you can select multiple edges and run the filleting. BD 0.005. This one looks a little bit weird, but that's okay. It's a very tiny detail anyhow. Okay, let's hide the edges and see what we have. Yeah, that looks cool. So let's push this one again back into the head. So G, Y -1. Yeah, now we have a cool vent detail at the back of his head. Next step is creating a hole for the neck. So let's select this part, Shift H, so we can isolate it. Let's look from the bottom. Let's create a circle with Shift C. Duplicate it and make this one smaller. So I want the hole to be something like a cone. So therefore I will loft it. I press OK and I will patch both ends. Shift H. Select this edge and let's patch it with G1 continuity. So we have a cool rounded cap. Again, this is a very tiny detail. No one will see it. I would like to have such a result anyhow. So select this one, the bottom edge, press Shift J and G0 continuity. That's okay. And we will use this cone as a cutter. So let's look from the front, Alt H, bring back the rest, hide the body, and let's push this cone into the head. Let's take both parts, Shift H, isolate them, and let's see how far we can push it. Something like this maybe. Okay, now let's make a difference boolean. So select the target body, Shift select the cutter, Q, and we don't need to do anything else because the boolean is set to difference by default. So we can press OK. Now we have such a hole going on. And in edge mode, I will select this edge and give it a big fat fillet. So let's try something like BD 0.05. We can do it even bigger, maybe something like 0.1 or even 0.2. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that looks okay to me. What happens with 0.3? No, 0.2 is okay, I guess. But of course, it's everything up to your personal liking. If you bring back the rest, Alt H, and I think the head looks cool for now. I would like to add further details to the cylinders of the eye and here to the front, so pupils and whatnot. But later, first of all, I would like to continue with the other body parts. Okay, before continuing with the body, I would first like to lay out the extremities, the hands and the feet, so we will roughly know how this guy will look at the end. So let's have a look at our reference images. Yeah, I like this one, this shell. That looks cool, but our reference images don't give us exact information on how the fingers will look. Maybe it's because of the low resolution, or AI in general messes up big time when it comes to generating hands. Let's see the other robots. I mean, look at the thumb, it's far too long. Our guy looks better, but nevertheless we don't know how the palm will look. So we have to make up something on our own. Let's have a look at this guy. Here again, it's not obvious what's going on there. So we cannot rely on these reference images. But I like this part, like I said. Let's start with this one and let's see where the journey is going. So therefore I will first create a simple line, a curve, with the spline curve. So click 3 times, press OK. Let me show you the difference between the spline curve and the control point curve, which lives also here under the spline curve. Create a control point curve, also by clicking 3 times. Press OK and go to control point mode. You can see that the control point curve doesn't act as independent as the spline curve. The spline curve creates its own curvature and its own control points. So if you remember, we have clicked 3 times, but the spline curve has created 4 control points. Unlike the control point curve, here you get what you click. So here you have more control over your curve, and here you have a more independent curvature, so to speak. In this case, I like the result of the spline curve. And pipe this one right away. Press P for pipe. Drag out something like this, and this time we will also play with the scale. So what happens if we type in 2? So the bottom part becomes thicker. If we type in 0.5, it becomes smaller, obviously. So we will go with 2, and we don't need these faces because it will be a hollow. So we can delete both faces by selecting them in face mode, and then Shift X in solid mode we can scale. And by now you know the basic drills with rotate and scaling and moving. Right view, I will scale this part along the x-axis, so SX. Along the y-axis in this case, so S. I want to drag along this handle, which is the y-axis in this case. So I have to have a cut like this, which goes in this direction, maybe with a cylinder. So let's try. Let's create a cylinder. So create a cylinder. And here you can see the V for vertical, horizontal. Let's press V for changing the direction. So the first click, and here is the second click. And by the way, the same goes also for the center circle. So if you press Shift C and drag a center circle, but you want this one to look to the other direction, you can press V, boom. Just a side note. Okay, in solid mode, let's select the cylinder. Let's see what we get if we cut this sheet with this solid. Select both of them, Shift H for isolating, right view, make something like this. From the front view, Okay, this doesn't give us an idea, but nevertheless, let's keep on the X-ray activated, rotate the cylinder, and now let's cut this one. So select this sheet, press Q, and select the target body, press OK. And now we have this cut. And if we don't like the result, we can always go back. That's what I will do. And I won't edit out this part, because making experiments is part of the game. Okay. Now again, let's repeat the Boolean operation with Q, select the cutter, press OK. Okay, that looks good. And now I want here a round transition. So therefore, let's select this edge in edge mode and select the second edge, press Shift D and OK. And if you press plane from camera and click on temporary plane on this button here, which appears here as soon as we click plane from camera, you see that something happens here. I go back. I have clicked plane from camera, and then as soon as I click on this temporary plane, look what happens here. And here in the outliner, boom, added planes. And here in the outliner is a new group called planes, and here is our custom plane which we have created by clicking to this button, temporary plane. And here we can see our custom plane also. So these are the same objects, this one and this one. And that's what I wanted. Now, if I change the view and double click on this custom plane, boom, we are back at this view. Now this stuff is a little bit tricky, but nevertheless, if you follow along, there won't be any problems. Hide it for a minute. We don't need it. What we need instead is some cuts. So therefore, let's create some lines with Shift A. Here, the first line. Okay. The second line here. And here also, I will create two lines here. And now I will run the cut curve command. So select this one, run it with your shortcut or look for it in the F menu, then select the cutter, this one, shift select this one, enter. Now we have this one separated, and we will do the same with this corner. So select again this curve, cut curve command, select this line, shift select the second one, press OK. And now we have separated this one also. Delete the redundant and select this one, press S. And construction plane here, we can see the y-axis, which is green, the x-axis, which is red, and the z is like a dot. And we want to scale along this, the axis, which looks like a dot. So S, Z, 0. And now we have flattened this guy, and we will do the same with this one. Double click on the custom plane, select this guy, press S. The construction plane is already selected, so we just need to press Z and 0 and press OK. And now what I will do is create tangent circles, which lives here under the center circle. So select the tangent circle, click somewhere along this edge, the second click, and now we can drag out a tangent circle, and we will use this one for creating a rounded corner. That's what this whole operation was for. So if you press T for trim, we can trim the redundant stuff. And we will do the same with this one. Again, create this tangent circle by clicking on the first edge, then on the second edge. Don't press Shift or anything. You just need the first click, then the second click, and drag out a tangent circle, so something like this. Then T for trim. Okay. And now if we press Alt H, you can see that we can use these rounded curves as imprint curves, and we can delete then the redundant stuff, and we have a cool rounded shape here instead of these sharp corners. And you might ask, why don't you use the fillet right away? Well, that's not possible. So if we select this edge, then shift select this one and run the fillet, gives us an error. And with our method, it's much more flexible and versatile, so you can use this in any situation. It's more complicated, but you are the one who is in charge, not the software. So let's select the sheet, then press C for cut. You can use also imprint, but I will first try to cut it right away. Okay, it says failed to cut body, not a big deal. Okay, let's select this guy, Shift I for imprint curve. Select this one, press OK. And now we have imprinted it. And if we go to face mode, select this edge, Shift X, and you see that we have a rounded corner. And we will do the same with this one. Custom plane, double click. Select this one, this sheet, then Shift I for running the imprint curve command, then select this one, and obviously you have to be in X-ray mode to have access to this part which is hidden by this sheet, obviously. So select this one, press OK, and now we can delete this face, Shift X, and while running the imprint command, this curve was also projected on this part of the sheet because we didn't hide the bidirectional option, but that's not a big deal. Select this one in edge mode and press Shift X, or run the delete redundant topology command, which will also delete this stuff. Okay, I like how this looks so far. Later on, we will run the thicken command and thicken this sheet and obviously fillet it. Then we have a shell similar to this. But for now, I will keep on cutting this part of the sheet and I will delete this custom plane. And I don't want these curves either. I can delete them so they don't get in our way. And I will clear the construction plane thing. So we are back in our default mode. So let's see what we can do about this one. This bottom part. Here a lot of stuff is going on. Before doing anything else, I would like to extend this edge or this sheet. So in edge mode, select this edge. Extend sheet pops up right away. Just drag along this handle so we have more room. Because I want a similar cut as here. And we can use then this bottom part will be something like this. So this paneling here or something similar to it. So therefore, draw a random curve. Let me first isolate this one and let's draw a control point curve this time. And I don't want this object snapping, otherwise it will snap while we are drawing and it's quite annoying. So I turn off the object snapping so I can draw. And of course the X-ray mode is activated. So let's start drawing. Make something like this and press OK. Play around with the curve in control point mode. Make our fine tuning something like this maybe. And of course, if you don't want to use this view, again, activate plane from camera, then save this temporary plane. One was added here and here you can see it. You are safe and you can keep on editing your stuff. And if you change the view, you can always go back by double clicking here. Okay, that looks okay to me. Let's use this as a cutter. Again, select the sheet in solid mode, press C for cut, then select this one and press OK. And now we have divided this sheet. While I am in this mode, in this view, I will create a center circle, pressing Shift C. And I will use this one to cut this redundant stuff here for the bottom part. Maybe something like this. In solid mode, select this one, cut, C for cut. Select this one, the circle as the cutter, press OK, delete this one. And from front view, we have something like this. And I will create a straight line. Use this one again as a cutter for the bottom part, for the bottom sheet, of course in solid mode. So you can see it's very important to switch around between these different modes. So select the sheet, press C, then select the cutter, press OK, and we can delete this one. And here I will again round these corners. I don't need this one any longer. So let's go in edge mode, select these edges. Shift D for creating curves out of them. And again, I will create tangent circles and whatnot. All the stuff we have done for this part. And I guess I forgot to explain why I have flattened these guys with these SZ0. You may remember. That's for being able to create tangent circles. Let me show you this. So Shift D, I duplicate this one. If I try to create tangent circle right away without flattening this curve, I won't be successful. So if I select the tangent circle, of course I have to enable object snapping. So if I try to create a tangent circle here, doesn't work. The tangent circle creation requires flat curves. Otherwise, you won't be able to create any kind of tangent circle. That's why I have to flatten these guys. Select these three curves, S, Y, 0. Okay, now I have flattened it. Let's create the first tangent circle starting somewhere here. And you see, as soon as I make it too big, the tangent circle disappears because it needs to be on both edges. Okay, and here the second one can be much larger. Here something like this. So let's create a second tangent circle starting here. We can make it big as possible. Of course, it freaks out, but that's okay. Let's just cut this part, otherwise it will get in our way with a line. So let's cut this one with the trim command. And if it doesn't work for some reason, just go with the cut curve command. So select this guy, run the cut curve, select the first line as a cutter, shift select the second one, press OK. And if it still doesn't cut, make sure that these two curves overlap and run the cut curve command again. I know this might be annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, now we were able to cut this one. We can delete the cutters and we can again run the tangent circle command. So click on the first edge, then on the second, make it as big as possible. So something like this. And now we can start trimming. But I won't trim this one. I need this for placing it here back to its original place. Press OK. First, delete this curve so it doesn't get in our way. Select these guys, G, G, X. And if it doesn't snap for whatever reason, just press G. Press V for changing the pivot, snap it to this endpoint, and then press G again, press Ctrl, and boom. Now it snaps perfectly. Let's look here at the bottom. That looks also okay. Press OK. Now we can delete this edge, and we can use these curves as cutters. So select this sheet, then press Shift I for running the imprint curve. Select the first one, Shift select the second one, press OK. And now they are imprinted in face mode. We can delete the sharp corners, Shift X, and here also Shift X. And we don't need the imprint curves, we can delete them. So that's what we have so far. So let's have fun with thickening them. So select this one, F. Look for thicken, make it fairly big, something like this. But you know me, I prefer to give them round numbers. I want to make it thicker, maybe something like 6. That's too thick. Now here some weird stuff is going on. Maybe 5. 5 is still tricky, so I will remain at 4. What happens if we fillet these edges? So in edge mode, press Alt. For selecting the whole loop, BD, again our famous 0.01. And here for the inner edge, BD 0.01. And let's do the same for this sheet. In solid mode, thicken it. So using round numbers is good for maintaining the same thickness on different sheets. I will show you in a minute another method how you can round these edges. Maybe you will be mad at me because the second method is much more simple. So let's say you want to round this edge. You want to round this edge, just select the sheet, look for thicken, select this guy, drag it out, press OK. In edge mode, select the edge which you want to round. Now, because now you can fillet it, BD, give it a fillet, boom. Okay, you can do the same here on this side. BD, round to your liking, boom. And here you have, again, round corners. So the one which I showed you, the one with the tangent circle, takes much more time, but it is versatile. And you can use this one also in tricky situations. Okay, let's keep on filleting these bottom parts. So these bottom edges, here BD 0.01 and here also BD 0.01. Here I will give this one a slight fillet, BD. So we have a round transition here. And here on this side also, and we get rid of this ugly thing. Okay, and now we can alt select this whole edge loop, BD 0.01, and the inner edge loop also. So let's hide the X-ray mode and the edges. Now we have a cool surface like this. Here is another paneling going on, but I won't make this one. I like this one as it is. And if I bring back the rest, let's see how it looks in proportion to the rest of our character. Okay, this hand is, I guess, a little bit too big. Select both solids. And the shoes won't be that tricky, I promise. I won't do this type of shoes or feet. I will give this guy shoes, so some sort of sci-fi robot chucks. I love to give my characters chucks. We will do a similar shape as here. So let's look from the top view. Shift-C, create a circle. Shift-A. Divide the circle with cutting curve. While this is the cutter, press OK, delete this one. And in control point mode, create lines. Straightforward stuff. Join them, rebuild them with points method. Yeah, 100 is okay, 100 points. Now we have one single real curve, which we can extrude without any problems or any redundant edges. You know my obsession, few edges as possible, which is sometimes inevitable. Make it smaller. Face mode, extrude it. Still too big, so SS, make it smaller. Press OK. Now I will create a sphere. Let me show you something. If you create a solid while touching another solid, Plasticity runs the Boolean command by default. If you don't want this Boolean thing, just press B for new body, B, and you can keep on creating the new solid. So let's isolate these two solids. Shift H. Let's keep on scaling SS. G, Y, press Ctrl for snapping it to the middle. And now we can cut this sphere. Shift A, create a cutter. Select the solid, press C, cut. OK. We don't need the line any longer. We can delete it. Let's look from the right view. Maybe we can squeeze these spheres as Z. And now we can simply create a line. In solid mode, select these redundant stuff and the line also, delete it. Now I can simply delete these faces in face mode. Shift X. Select this edge, edge loop in edge mode, and this one, loft. G1, G0 doesn't make a difference in this case. Select all three sheets, join, and there you have a solid. Alt H. Okay, let's place them somewhere here. You might ask, how does this guy walk? I will give him little tires here at the bottom. Mirror it to the other side. Okay, that's what we have so far. We have laid out the basic shapes for the feet and the hands. This one was a little bit tricky, I know, but some kind of surfacing should always include it in a CAD surfacing course. And if you know my Tyson course, it's hardcore surfacing purely, 11 hours. So let's keep on having fun. Rotate these hands. And I will also select all these parts and bring them further down so we have some room for the neck. So something like this. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, let's continue detailing the shoes, and along the way we will discuss a lot of cool techniques and workflows. Let's isolate these two parts, Shift H, and create a cylinder. Press V for changing the direction. Click once, twice, okay. Click on Control, aligning it to this part. Show the edges so we can see where these cuts are. Okay, let's make this one thinner. S, Shift Z. So let's try how it looks if we merge these parts. So this upper part and the cylinder we have just created. So select both, press Q, Q for making a union boolean. Turn off the X-ray, select the edge loop and press BD. Maybe the fillet is a little bit too big, so I go back again. Keep it at 0.05 or even 0.04. Yeah, something like this, that's okay. Hide the edges. Yeah, that looks okay. I mean, of course, it's up to your taste. You can also make it a big fat fillet, so this whole thing will look more organic if you do so. But I want to keep it rather robotic. Next, let's give him some shoelaces. Create a line, a simple line, Shift A. GX control, so it's also aligned to this shoe. SS for scale. Can keep it short, maybe something like this, and array it. Look for rectangular array, or here rectangular array. Here's also the icon for that one. Keep it at 3. So 3 rows of shoelaces is enough. If you want to adjust the distance of these 3 lines, you can scale them along the y-axis. I want that this distance is a little bit bigger than this one, because here I will make also a pipe later on. Now let's take this part, this solid, this upper part, Shift I, select these 3 lines and press OK, so we project them onto the solid. Duplicate these imprint curves, give them a big fat pipe, something like this. Big fat breaker shoelaces. I didn't know whether I told it before, but if you press Shift while making these type of adjustments, you can make them in smaller steps. So you can fine-tune your adjustment. Now in face mode, let's delete these faces and do the same thing we did with the mouth, if you remember. Delete these, Shift X, and give these faces round caps by pressing Shift J, Tab, and G1. Let's look for G2. G2 makes it rather squarish, so we want to go with G1 and do this for all these edges. So let's see how it looks without the edges. Yeah, it looks cool. Let's give these 2 edges also a nice fillet. 0.01 will do the job. Now I want to give this one a label. So therefore let's create a star. So let's take this regular polygon, drag out this shape, and while you are dragging out and this command is active, you can play with the number of vertices. So here Shift wheel up and Shift wheel down, you can add a vertex or subtract a vertex. We want this to be a 5-pointed star, so therefore I want to have 10 vertices. At this point I have 5 vertices, and there are different ways of adjusting the number of vertices. So if you don't do anything else and just press Tab, you have access to the size, and if you press again, you have access to the number of vertices. So you can make it this way, type in 10, create a polygon with 10 edges, or Press escape, use the mouse for adding and subtracting vertices. Since I don't have a mouse, I'm working on a Wacom. I can press the arrow up and down for adding or subtracting vertices. So I press 5 times and press OK while aligning to the Z-axis. Let's create a line with Shift A horizontal one, and you will see in a minute why. Center it to the polygon. And now in control point, select every other control point of the polygon, SS. And again, if you press Shift, you can make finer adjustments. And I wanted this horizontal line for aligning my star according to it. Press OK. We can delete this one, this star. And now I want to have a circle around this star. So therefore we can use a 3-point circle, which lives here under the center circle menu. Click at 1 point, click here, 2nd point, and if we click here at the 3rd point here, since this is a 3-point circle, we can create a perfect circle around the star. That's what we wanted. Let's make it a slightly rounded star because we don't want to have sharp edges and corners on our model. So in control point mode, B, D, that's okay. And we want this slight gap because we will pipe these shapes so they shouldn't intersect. Now in object mode, select these two or these three, so this solid and these two curves. Shift H, align the curves to this cylinder. Make your adjustments. In original chucks, the stars are on the inside, but I will do it here on the outside. I want the star to be visible. So now we are ready to imprint. So select the solid, Shift I, and select these curves. Activate these edges so we can see what we are doing. And before pressing OK, let's see if that looks okay. Now we can bring them to the construction folder. And let's extract these guys. Pressing Shift D. Now we have our independent curves, which we can then use for piping. That's too thick for my taste. Let's try something like 0.005. Yeah, that looks cool. This one, let's isolate the star, pressing Shift H and extrude it. And you see the handle is not at the direction which we want it to be. So therefore press Freestyle F, click on snapping point. It extrudes along the normal. Press OK. We can delete this curve and in edge mode, select the whole edge loop with Alt. Press Shift J for patching this guy. G0 is okay for now. And do the same on this side. So we have a solid. Bring back the rest. In face mode, push this face. Yeah, something like this. Maybe make it a little bit fatter. And in solid mode, push the whole solid in along the x-axis. Okay. And in face mode, select this face. Press Ctrl 2 for switching to the edge mode for having access to the edges of the star. And now we can fillet it. B, D, and make a tiny fillet. If you type in a large number, Plasticity won't fillet. So therefore, let's type in something with 00 after the comma. So 0.002 maybe. 0.001. 0.0015. 0.0015 is okay. Push it further in. Next, let's detail this bottom part. So first of all, let's isolate these two. Shift H. And by the way, we can delete redundant topology. F. Delete redundant topology. Since we are done with these imprint curves. In face mode, select this face. Run the isoparam command with Ctrl R. And let me show you something about the isoparam command. If you run the isoparam command in solid mode without selecting a face, that works, but you can't snap the isoparam you are about to create to anything. Doesn't make a difference whether you have selected this bottom part or something else. Move your cursor, the isoparam curve will jump on other objects, so that's not what we want. So I press Escape. I go to face mode and select the face I want to have an isoparam curve applied to and run the isoparam command now. The isoparam curve doesn't jump to any other objects, and you can now use snapping points for snapping this isoparam curve you are about to create. to a specific place, so in this case the exact center. So that's important. If you want to create an isoparam curve, make it in face mode. Okay, let's extract this isoparam curve, pressing Shift D, so we have an independent curve. Let's make this one slightly smaller as Z. We will use this one for detailing. That's okay, I think. In solid mode, select this bottom part, run the delete redundant topology command. I didn't know whether I told it. You can apply shortcuts to all these commands. I haven't applied to the most because I want to show you the original places. So that's why I every time write it here down for showing you the name of the command, the complete name. But if you press here on this 3 button by right clicking, you can assign a shortcut. Yeah, we wanted to delete the redundant topology. Now again in face mode, make another isoparam curve, pressing Ctrl R and tab for changing the direction here, UV direction. We will use this newly created isoparam curve for our curve array. Duplicate it, pressing Shift D, OK. And we want to array this line along this line. But first, let's make a pipe out of it so we can array a pipe. P, the thickness is OK. And let's give this guy round caps. You know the technique for that one. If you press Shift J right away, Plasticity doesn't give you the opportunity to play with the continuity, so that's not what we want. So select this one, Shift J, first patch this end, of course with G1. Do the same for the bottom part. Okay, now we are ready to curve array this pipe. So in solid mode, select this pipe, look for array, curve array. So the solid is already selected. Now select the path, which is this one. Let's give this one a larger number. Let's try something like 30. The gaps are still too big. 60, 60 looks better. Maybe 70. 70 is okay, I guess. Press OK. Now let's look from the right view, and I want to delete this front part, all these solids here. For being able to select only the ones you want to delete, drag from left to right. So you have a green rectangle. I guess I showed this one to you, because if you do it from right to left with the purple rectangle, just touching one part is enough to select it. So you will select also parts which you don't want to select. So that's why you should drag from left to right, so you select only the parts you want to delete. Maybe this one also. I think that's okay. Let's delete. And now I want to merge them, all these little parts and this, because they are one object. But before doing so, let me first delete the redundant topology. And again, from right view, now we can select from right to left, doesn't matter, and press Q twice for making a union boolean, because I want these pipes to stick out. And obviously I want to fillet them. 005. I want to avoid such overlappings if possible. That's what I want to go with 0.004 for leaving a gap between these two edges. Let's see how it looks, and if that's okay, I will apply it for all the other ones. Yeah, here you can see the power of filleting. I mean, look how it catches the light here versus this one. From all perspectives, object looks better, looks more natural. Okay, let's bring back the edges and make the same for all the other pipes we have just arrayed. And here you can select multiple edges and fillet them at once. BD 0.004. And I will time lapse the rest. Okay, next step is adding a detail to the front. That's why I have deleted the pipes at the front. Therefore, duplicate this one and hide it so we can work on a copy. And I want to cut this front part. So therefore, create a line, select the solid, C for cut, delete this part. In face mode, select this front part and press O for offset. Let's offset this. That's okay. And while this face is selected, press Alt J for unjoining just this face, and we don't need the rest. Again, select this face and thicken it. Now in edge mode, we can round these corners. So let's fillet these guys. Here I can eyeball, I don't need to have a round number. And let's fillet this edge loop also, BD 0.01. Yeah, I think that looks cool. We'll say okay. And now I will show you a new technique, a new powerful technique for adding a cool detail on such curved surfaces. Therefore, let's go to face mode, select this face and look for unwrap. So F, unwrap. And as soon as you run the unwrap command, Plasticity will take the face, the selected face, and unwrap it and show it here as a plane in 2D and place it here at the center of the world. So let's take this guy and drag it slightly out so we can work comfortably. And now we will create some details on this surface and use this surface to project the details to the curved surface. So in face mode, press O, running the offset. Here it is. Yeah, something like this, slightly smaller than the unwrapped face. Let's duplicate this, pressing Shift D, and in face mode, E to extrude and B for new body. Okay, now we have an independent solid, something like this. That's okay. So that's too thick, let's make something like this. Now I will create a line with Shift A. So first click, but don't click right away because I want this line to have a specific angle. And therefore, while the line creating command is still active, don't click anything, just press on tab so you have access to the size. And if you press again tab, you have access to the angle. Let's type in 30, that's okay. And if we press tab again, we have access to the size. We can also adjust its size. 0.2, 30 degrees angle, that's okay. Press OK. Drag along this axis and press Ctrl for snap it to the center of this solid. Okay, make it bigger by pressing SS. 0.2 was too small. I want this to exceed everything here. But we don't want to erase this line. We first want to extrude this line. So pressing E, change the direction of the extrusion. So press F for freestyle. Okay, let's extrude this guy. Something like this, that's okay. We can adjust the thickness. Let's delete this line, we don't need it. And in face mode, let's extrude it, pressing E. Extrude, new body, because we don't want to have any kind of Boolean stuff going on. Okay. Now we have this solid and we have a face. We don't need the face, we can delete it. Let's bring this down, G, Z. Now we are in front view and let's bring this down. And now we are ready to array this guy. Look for array, rectangular array, array it like so. I will delete this unnecessary stuff and center this one. Along the x-axis, press Ctrl so everything is centered and cool and symmetrical. These solids, we can delete them also. And now let's select all these solids, duplicate them, pressing Shift D. And there are two ways to mirror them. So one way is rotating them around the y-axis, so RY 180. That's one way. The second way is scaling them along the x-axis with the value -1. So let's try this one, SX -1, which works also. And now let's select all these and run a Boolean and hope that the machine doesn't explode. So press Q twice. That didn't work. So let's do it in multiple steps. In multiple steps it works. Q twice. So make it in small steps. Small steps it works if you just select one, the big part, and then 2 or 3 of the other guys. Okay, finally I'm finished with this guy, with this whole union boolean thing. And I will use this one as a cutter. Let me show it, it's a little bit cluttered here. I will use this one as a cutter for this one. So therefore, I select first this solid, press Q, and then this cutter and hope for the best. Yeah, it works. I will delete all these solids here at the edges. Here also. This one also. And now I select all these solids and center them. I look again from the front view. And now I select all these solids and bring them further down. And I can even press Ctrl for centering it by aligning it to the offset sheet, to the unwrap sheet. Select the unwrap sheet, run the delete redundant topology command. And we don't need this one, which we have offsetted. And now we are ready to run the deform command. And what the deform command does, it takes all these solids and projects them on this curved surface by using this as a reference sheet. So let me show you. First of all, select all the solids from left to right. So we just select the solids. And now we look for deform. So F, deform, select this. And then we select the reference face, which is in this case, this one, the one we have unwrapped at the beginning, you remember. Now we have selected the reference face, which is a neutral plane. And now we have to select the target face, which is this one to deform with. So let's do this. Press OK. Yeah, it worked. Now we have a cool detailing going on here. And we can delete the unwrapped face. And if we are successful joining these, that would be cool. So let's select all these. Run the union boolean. So press Q twice. Didn't work, so we have to do it one by one. So again, in multiple steps. So multiple steps, it works. Always check by moving it. If it doesn't work, don't give up. Try it again with less selections. And eventually it will work. Okay. Now we have the cool detailing and it's all merged. And if you bring back the rest and show the edges, there is one more thing I would like to add to this shoe. Shift H, isolate this big part. I want to separate this one from the rest. So therefore I will select this bottom and run an isoparam, tap and snap it to here. Now I'm able to select this separately in face mode and this one shift select. And press Alt-J for unjoining them. In solid mode, Shift-H, close this one again immediately. G0 is okay. Bring back the rest. Take this one which we have separated, Shift-H. Also join this one with G0. Now we have separated them. And from top view, I would like to add some lines. But before doing so, let's add this tiny detail. So select this edge, Shift D, okay, P for piping it. And if we bring back the rest, we have this detail. I will go back, Alt H, bring back the rest and pipe it now and play with the section size. Let's try 0.005. Yeah, that looks better because I don't want this pipe to stick out. Okay, and I want to have similar pipes here on the tip. So let's select this one, Shift H, look from the top, create a line and array it. 10 or even 8 will do the job. Yeah, 8 is better. Okay, and let's center it or align it to the tip by pressing Ctrl. Okay, now this one is aligned. So select the solid, Shift I, select the lines. Before pressing OK, check whether the imprint curves look okay. Put these curves into the construction folder. And now we can pipe these guys also, so therefore select all of them. Shift D, press OK. P for piping them, 0.005 was okay. Okay, bring back the rest. Now we have this cool detail, and we can delete all these curves since we have put the imprint curves into the construction. So and now I see that here is some overlapping, but that's okay. Just take these two solids, bring them down if you have the same issue. First delete this one. Select all these parts which belong to the shoe. From top view, that's more comfortable, I guess. And also the star. Look from the front view. Check whether you have everything. Let's mirror this guy along the x-axis. Before starting with the body, I want to make an important adjustment. The depth of the body is far too big, so therefore let's scale this along the y-axis. We have a flatter body. I forgot two things. First, to center the shoes or align the shoes according to the body. And second, to add the tank tracks. Hide the hands. Select the shoes. B for changing the pivot. I can't snap to the top of the shoe, so turn on the X-ray mode and hope to catch the top. So again, G, V. Okay, now I was successful. Now I can drag along the y-axis. Somehow I couldn't select these guys. Again, G, V. Change the pivot. Drag along the y-axis, press Ctrl to snap to this axis. Boom. It's a little bit laggy to work with these shoes after I have added so many geometry here, so much geometry. But that's okay, we are done with these shoes. Or at least with this cluttered geometry. Isolate this guy, look from the bottom. Let's create a center rectangle. I guess by default it's corner rectangle, and the center rectangle lives also here. And let's drag out a rectangle by using this snapping point, the center face. And we will use this one as a cutter, fillet it, BD. Okay, play with the size. Select the solid, C, cutter, okay. Delete this guy. Let's give this a fillet, and I will not detail it so much because it's not that visible. And nevertheless, give this one a slight fillet so it doesn't look so raw. Okay, that's okay. Okay, now we can start with the tank tracks. And again, I won't make a very detailed tank track. I just want to have here some geometry so the viewer can see how this guy is moving. Okay, first of all, I would like to create a curve which I will use for a curve array. But let me show you what I mean. Turn on the X-ray mode so we can see these lines. If we look from the right view. So I will create one center circle. G, V, change the pivot to here and bring that guy to somewhere here. Snap it here. Duplicate it. Again, change the pivot to here. Keep on dragging. That's okay. Let's look from the top or from the bottom and move them in. Let's snap them to here so they stay inside the hole. Now I can create a line starting at this snapping point, going to that snapping point. And the same here. Now let's run the trim command for trim the stuff inside. Join these four curves. Next step is creating the tank track itself. Use this one, the corner box is solid. I will drag out a solid. Doesn't matter where, just drag out a solid. We will play around with it anyhow. That's okay. Scale it along the Z-axis. I will time-lapse this part. The height of the plate can snap here at the edge, so let me show that. G, Z, let's press Ctrl and snap it here. Might be helpful when we array this later on in a few minutes. The corner rectangle is the default one in the menu, and here lives also the center rectangle. That's what I will select for dragging out a rectangle from the center of the plate, something like this. and I will array it. Separate these two from the other two so that there is a slight gap. Then select all four rectangles. Let's move them so we can center it at the middle of the plate. Pressing Ctrl. Okay, now this is centered. And in face mode, if you press E, you can extrude solids like so. Okay, and let's drag these guys again into the plate. Now the stuff becomes too cluttered, therefore I will isolate them. From the bottom view I can keep on working comfortably. So first I will select all these solids and run a union boolean. Here it says mixture of sheet and solid. Let's see if this guy is somehow a sheet. It's a solid, but these guys look like sheets. Let me change the matte cap and the X-ray mode. Oh, okay, they are hollow. So that's a good case for showing you something. Let's say we have a curve like this, and in edge mode, if we press E for extrude, we are extruding a sheet which is hollow. That's what I probably did a few moments ago. But if I select the same curve in face mode, I can extrude a solid. So that's what I thought I did. But by accident, I extruded in edge mode. Not a big deal. Just press Shift J for patching them and create solids. And now it shouldn't be a problem to run a union boolean with this plate. But before doing so, let me quickly bevel these edges. 0.002. Let's bevel on this side also. With the same value, type in BD 0.002. Now we are ready to boolean this. And I'm doing all this stuff for creating a nice detail. Now in solid mode, select all these solids, so the plate plus the 4 extruded solids, and press Q twice, and we should be able to join them without any drama. And I will keep on beveling. Now I would like to create a corner box again. Let me first show the edges so I can see what I'm doing. And let's start the rectangle here and snap here. And that's okay. Just press OK. From the bottom, yeah, I'm making very detailed stuff. I hope you can follow along. And at the end, you should be able to see the whole idea. I'm a little bit lost in the detail and I didn't tell you what I'm about to do, so sorry for that. You will see in a minute what I'm up to. So SZ. And that's okay, I think. I will again bevel these 4 edges. BD 0.002. And face mode, select this face, press Ctrl 2 for switching to edge mode. We will boolean these, so select this one, press Q and select this one as the cutter, but press T for keeping this tool, we don't want to lose it. Look from the right or the left view. Alt X for mirroring, F for freestyle, select the center of this plate and boom. And if we hide the edges, we have something, a detail like this going on. And the whole idea is creating a tank track with these 3 parts. And this will be a metallic, the big plate, and the small ones which we have created afterwards will have a black rubber type of material, so our robot doesn't slip. So let's see how this whole thing will look when we curve array it. So therefore press Alt H for bring back the rest, and we already had positioned this plate, so it shouldn't be a problem to array it along this curve. Let's see how this whole stuff will look. So select these solids in solid mode, run the curve array, select this curve, bump up the number to, let's say, 30. Let's see how the gap between these plates look, or if they are overlapping. Look from the bottom view. Let's try 29. So that there is a slight gap which looks more realistic. Yeah, I will go with 29. Maybe in your case, number will be different, but that's okay. Let's be honest, no one will see these plates which we have created here inside the sole of the shoe. But I will leave them nevertheless, because maybe you want to create an animation or whatnot. You will need these parts. Next step is creating the inner part, some type of wheels. And I will create a couple of them, array them, put some details, some minor details in it. First idea was to push the tank tracks further into the shoe so that they are barely visible. But somehow I like that it is that visible, so I will leave it like that. Okay, let's start with these inner parts. Therefore, I will go to edge mode and select this guy, which we have used for the curve. Shift H, so we can see what we are doing. And let's again create some center circles, snapping at this point. V, change the pivot, put it to the top, drag along this handle and press Ctrl for snapping it here. Press OK, and again S, F for freestyle, for scaling freestyle. So click here, that's the first click. The second click, this intersection, now start dragging. And if you press uniform, it will scale as a perfect circle. And now we can start arraying this. Reduce the number so they don't intersect. Let's try 4. These slight intersections, press O for offsetting them. And you can offset comfortably and there won't be any intersections whatsoever. Now the stuff I talked a few minutes ago in face mode. Press E for extrude, you can drag out solids right away. So no hollow sheets. And in edge mode, put them into the construction folder. And if we bring back the rest, so select these 4 cylinders. And of course, I will bevel them and give them some details. The second detail I will add is offsetting these faces. Press O. And start offsetting. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Press OK. Select these 4 cylinders and work with them again separately. So in isolation, select these 4 cylinders. Push them through so that we have holes. And by the way, you can delete these indents. So in face mode, select this face, press Shift X, and in edge mode, select the edge loop, press Shift X. If you have such an arrow, of course. Now Plasticity again makes this weird thing, treats these solids as sheets. Just because I have deleted these arrows, that's not a problem. I will make a Boolean operation in a minute anyhow, and I think that this fake sheet bug will be fixed. First, let me do some detailing here, filleting. From now on, I will work on only one cylinder and duplicate that, so I don't have to do the operation for all of 4. But the reason for arraying it in the first place was just to see the whole structure. So select this guy in face mode, run the isoparam command, press R, snap it to the center, run a second isoparam, snap this one also at the center and here also. What else can we do? We can bump in further isoparam. I think that there is not a function similar in Blender where you can bump in edge loops and type in the number of edge loops you would like to have. So you have to do this isoparam curve operation over and over again. I'm just randomly put some details. I will again delete these isoparam curves and select the faces and push them in. And now I will create a cylinder in the middle, again with this guy. And give them a big fat fillet, so 0.01. Now let's connect these 2 solids, this solids and this fake sheet, which is actually a solid. I don't want to exaggerate this whole detailing, so that I will keep it simple. To make a square out of this guy, just press S. So check out these options here at the bottom. So I want to have something like this. SZ. But be careful that you don't make such a mistake. They should remain inside this cylinder. Leave this rectangle smaller than the cylinder in the middle, so you won't have any trouble later on when you are filleting. Scale it furthermore along the x-axis, make something like this, that's okay. Let's take these 4 edges, fillet them. Okay, let's try 0.007 James Bond style, that looks okay. And let's array this guy, and the first time we will use the radial array. So look for F, array, radial array. Choose this one as the center. So it arrays the object around its own center. Play around with the number. Let's type in 4. Then it looks like so. But make sure that the degrees is at 360, which it is by default. I think I will go with 6. There is some Z fighting going on, so I think there is some overlapping stuff. Let's check. Of course, I have used 6. It arrayed 2 times, so to speak, so my fault. Okay, now we really just have 3. In solid mode, select these solids, so these 3 parts, plus the cylinder in the middle and the outer part, and press Q twice. Again, it says mixture of sheet and solids. This guy is still considered a sheet. So let me show you a weird thing, or that's not that weird. That's a cool technique actually. So if you select first the sheet, then the solid and press Q, the boolean fails. I have a separate video on that on my YouTube channel. But if you press first the solid and then the sheet and run the union boolean command, look what happens. It works, and we have healed the fake sheet situation. Now we can keep on making the second union boolean with the remaining parts. So Q, press OK. Now we have one solid. The only thing we need to do now is filleting. So 2025 will be the year of filleting. That's my prediction. BD. And if you exaggerate the filleting stuff, you see that it has a huge impact on the design. So it's not just a nice detail. It is a crucial part of the design. Let's do it on this side also. The inner edges. And make it also a big fat fillet and stop when it starts getting crazy. Because if we look from the side view, it already looks funky and cool. And I want to do one more thing. In face mode, select this face. So press O for offset. And make it something like this. And do the same again here. Press OK. So we have also a detailing here going on. And now let's fillet this guy. Select this guy, Alt X for mirroring. And by default, the mirroring happens here somewhere. So I press F for freestyle. Click on center for changing the pivot, the mirroring axis. Press OK. And I press union halves. So I don't have this ugly line. Press OK. And one more thing, I would like to bump in some holes here. Again with the radial array. Create a cylinder. Doesn't matter, just drag out a cylinder. Scale it along the x-axis as X. Scale it furthermore. Drag along this handle. Press Ctrl for snapping it to this center. So it is perfectly centered, and if we drag it down, that's okay. It doesn't have to be that deep. That's okay. Just a cool detail. Now let's array like crazy, radial array. So F array, look for radial array. And we array around this center. So let's snap it here at this center. And let's bump up the number. I will go with 24. That's what we have. And now let's take all these. Be careful that you don't run into this type of intersections. They just don't look good. Let's take this guy, mirror it again along its own axis. Therefore, press F for freestyle. Bring the cursor to somewhere here at the center. Activate it. Press OK. Let's hide the edges. So this is a very detailed or relatively detailed stuff here. So let's run the array. Snap it to the center of this cylinder and press OK. And if we bring back the rest, yeah, we have a cool detailing stuff going on here. That's what I wanted. And the next step will be making a connection between the feet and his body. But this connection has to make sense. So let's see how we can go about it. First of all, let me mirror this to the other side. Let's give him some time to calculate. Don't forget to save, even though Plasticity has an autosave function. Okay, let's start with the body. And before doing any kind of detailing like here, I would first like to fix this connection. And therefore I have checked the reference image. So let's see here what our reference image has here. Here is a joint. Probably for rotating the feet, but our construction differs quite a bit. So we won't do it like this. Ours won't have a joint, but a spring instead. So in solid mode, select this part, Shift D, drag it out. And the only thing I need is this face, Alt J, unjoin it and delete the rest. And in face mode, E for extrude and make it slightly bigger. So let's go to right view, bring this cylinder down, hide these parts of the hand. So G, Z, bring it up. And since we have copied the cylinder, it's exactly at the same spot. Let's do something like this maybe. And here we can see the difference. We can resize it even more, something like this. And use this one, the cylinder, as a cutter for punching a hole into the body and make a difference boolean. Bring back the edges so we can see what we are doing. Make a big fat fillet. If we make something like this, so let's see, let's make something like 0.1. Bring back the overlays. So we can see the axes, because I don't want this fillet to go over this line. It should stay in its own hemisphere. We can start making another type of detailing here at the top, which will go into the body. So therefore, let's first select this solid, Shift H, face mode, select this face, push it down, bring back the rest. Hide the hands. I don't want these to get in my way. That's why I will deactivate them instead of hiding. Now in face mode, I can comfortably play with the height of this guy. Let me see if I can give it an isoparam curve. Select this face in face mode. Ctrl R for running the isoparam. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to have a separation here. Now I should be able to offset this face. Yeah, make something like this so that I have here more room to make another kind of connection. Select these three edges and fillet them. 0.01 works. Take this face, Shift D for extracting it. SS, make this one smaller. Face mode, select the face, extrude, E for extrude. So let's make a cylinder like this and we will do the fine tuning now. So the cylinder can go into the body all the way, so you can scale quite a bit as Z. Okay, it goes into the body. We will make a spring now. Select these two solids, isolate them, and we can create a spring using the spiral tool. Therefore, let me isolate even further that we have just this cylinder. Select the spiral tool, click on the top center face, then on the bottom so that we can determine the height. And now if you drag out this spiral, you can now do further adjustments, so you can play around with the radius. What happens if I press 0.2? It becomes much larger. 0.15 is okay, I think. And the turns, of course, I want to have more turns. Try something like 8. 8 looks okay. We will pipe this, but after bringing back the rest so I can see what I'm doing. I think it is too wide, the spiral. But that's okay. We can select this and scale. We can even scale along the z-axis. Now we can pipe it right away, pressing P, drag along this handle for adjusting the thickness. And I want to have a big fat pipe, but I want that this cylinder is visible nevertheless. So you know, at fancy sports cars, that part is visible, that looks cool. Check from all angles, because that's an important part. It's a very dominant design element. Even look from here, even though in total it is small, nevertheless it makes a big impact on the total design. I will say okay because I like it. Select the body, Alt X for mirroring. When I mirror it, and press union halves together, you see the mirroring plane mirrors along the z-axis by default. And because I have activated the union halves, it says that the boolean was successful, but there isn't any interaction between the target I'm about to mirror. But I don't want to mirror along the z-axis anyhow. I want to mirror along the x-axis. And as soon as I press X, you see that this warning disappears. So that's a situation where I cannot avoid the edge at the center. I mean, I could do the same operation here on this side also with the cylinder and whatnot. But I don't want to be that obsessed about it. So I'm fine with the fact that I will have an edge here on the body for the rest of my life. I press OK. And if I should be somehow bothered in future, I can still untrim it and redo the whole operation. Okay, let's keep on mirroring the other objects. So we can delete this one and mirror this one. Then mirror the spring and the cylinder inside. Okay, and here, when I hide the edges, I would like to have some kind of separation here, and then I can give this separation also another material. So therefore I will simply, in face mode, select this face and Shift D, duplicate it so I can extract an independent sheet. And in solid mode, select this guy and look for thicken. Drag it out like so. It shouldn't be that thick. So that's why I will try to go with this value. And in edge mode, I will fillet this, make a big fat fillet. And if I hide the edge, I have this, and I can now give this one another material than the rest of the body. So there will be a cool detailing going on, I think. And we can, of course, mirror this one also to the other side. I don't want this type of separation. And I'm not sure whether I want this paneling, this one. I will think about it, and in the meantime, let's check the other options we have. I should make the connection to the hand, or think about the design of the connection, how I could go about it. And of course, I shouldn't forget to make the neck. Okay, let's first tackle these things, then we can think about the decoration. So first, all the things which are crucial. So from the front view, let's create a line. Before pressing anything else, tap twice to have access to the degrees and type in 45. If it's too short, SS, make it bigger. position it somewhere here. Mirror it to the other side. Take the body, press C for cut. Then select the cutter, the first cutter, shift select the second one. Okay. Then delete the redundant solids. You may have noticed that I avoid to have too many curves here. I either delete them or put them into construction because curves are the ones which are dynamic. We work with them all the time. I don't want to have any type of cluttered curves going on. Unlike solids, solids are the final product, so to say. But nevertheless, I could put them into different folders so they don't get in my way. But so far, the solids didn't bother me, so I will leave them like this and make the housekeeping later, because we will need to make a housekeeping, put them into different folders and name the folders as well as the solids themselves at the end, because it will come in handy afterwards when we import the parts in Blender via Blender Bridge. So on face mode, select both faces, press O for offsetting. So on face mode, select both faces and push them in without pressing anything else with the offset face command, which pops up automatically if you select the face. Just push the faces in with the handles. And I don't want to push in that deep. That's okay. Fillet the edges. And I could again work only on one side. Okay, that looks okay so far. And now I want to create a line along the normal of this face. So therefore, press Shift A, snap it to the center, play around until you see something like this, normal, Z normal. Because as soon as you see Z normal, you see that we are dragging out a line along the normal of this face. So that's what I wanted. Maybe not that long, so I can create a line, trim. Next step is extracting this edge, Shift D, okay. And I will create a center circle with the center snapping here at the end of this line. Here at the end curve. Let's see, that looks okay, but I basically want to model this part and it is sticking out too much. I will delete this. Again, look from the front view, trim this line furthermore. Okay, and repeat the center circle creation. Yeah, that looks cool. Now I have an ellipse, and this ellipse will transform into a circle. But along the way, I would like to have some more circles. So let me do something like this. In edge mode, select the circle, the line, and the ellipse. Isolate them so I can work comfortably. From the front view, we can cut this curve. So let's cut this with the cut curve command. Use the ellipse as a cutter. It doesn't cut, no problem. I will simply create a line and use the line as a cutter. So select the line, run the cut curve command, use the line I have just created. And if we look from the front, yeah, we have this going on. That looks okay. Pressing S twice, so make it smaller. Then I will scale this one as S, but make it bigger. So that here's this transition. I basically want to have a zigzag type of transition, so therefore I have to scale this one out, not make it smaller. Let's try to loft these, and if you want to loft, just be careful that you select the curves at the correct order. Otherwise, the loft will look either weird or it won't be successful. So let's press L. I mean, this one looks wobbly. That's okay. If I bring back the rest after putting all these lines into the construction folder, I have this situation and that looks okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted, a slight wobbly thing going on here. Close this with Shift J. bevel it. I don't want any sheets in my model, so I will close also the bottom part, the other end. G0 and bring back the rest. Alt H. Okay, now let's mirror this guy. Alt X. Next step is creating a sphere, the shoulder. Okay, let's cut this part. And I don't want to have any gaps here, so therefore I will make something like this. And I will make a cut here also. This will be the connection to the arm. So let's think about the correct placement of the hand. I will draw a control point curve, freestyle, make something like this, consisting of 3 points, press OK. And I will do the fine tuning after I have placed the curve at its correct position. From the right view, that looks okay. Let's play around with the control points. These things are all eyeballing. Since the object we are about to create isn't stiff, let's cut here the shoulder or the sphere. Bevel it, so we have a big fat bevel going on. And the transition will be something like this. It will start here with the circle and it will end here with an ellipse going into the arm. So let's see if we can place this control point at the center of the face we have just created by cutting the sphere. Snap it to the center of this face. But here we don't have such a information, but we can try to create something along these lines. So in face mode, select this face, hide the X-ray mode, Control R and tab for changing the direction and see if we can get a sphere as a reference for the endpoint of this line. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Shift D, duplicate it, press OK. Shift H. But since this line isn't flat, it hasn't a face, but let's see. But we can do something like this. Since this isn't a flat ellipse, I have to create my own from scratch. Check from all angles, so from the right view. I don't need this ellipse any longer. Press Alt H and create the. Now let's try to center it. Center this control point. Okay, it's already centered. That's okay. So there are two ways of modeling the arm. Either you go with this loft and make something like this, if that's the desired result, or I will deactivate it, select this, so the first circle, select this one, and the last one, the ellipse, Shift D, bring it out, until the time where I have discovered the second method. You will see the result of the first method with all these lofted circles. But let me show you the second one. And I like this one much more. So I will create a line between both circles. And I need this one as a rough guide, while this one which I have created now is the one which we will use as a guiding curve for the loft. So in edge mode, Shift S. Make sure that both ends of this curve touch the circles and that the curvature is similar to the original one, which we will not use for the loft. We will delete it in a minute. And look from all angles. Let's try and loft. So select both circles, L, select this one as a guiding curve, press OK. Bring back the rest and let's quickly check whether it looks okay. So therefore hide all the curves, deactivate them, Shift D. Bring this guy out to somewhere here. That looks okay. There aren't any intersections whatsoever. Please ignore these parts. Like I said, I have discovered this method later on while I was goofing around. That looks okay. Show the edges first of all. Shift H, isolate it. And in face mode, let's create a bunch of isoparam curves. So Ctrl R, tap, because we will create such loops. And the number of isoparam curves we create has to be even. Now we have an even number of cuts. Let's turn this guide into a solid so we can offset every other cut. So therefore, let's press Shift J and close this on both ends. And now in face mode, select every other face and offset. And while offsetting, check your model from all perspectives if there is some weird skewing or whatnot going on. Be careful, because here you can see that situations like this might cause problems later on when we are beveling. So that's why I won't overdo it. I will leave it at -0.023. And now let's bevel 0.01. Let's try to type it in right away. BD.01. Yeah, that works. Let's see if it works on this end also without any problems. BD.01. That looks okay. Now let's keep on filleting. You can also, in face mode, press Ctrl 2 and keep on filleting. That's also possible. Instead of selecting both edges. Here also, let's bring back the rest with Alt H. Bring it to the correct location. Check whether everything looks cool. There are some slight intersections. I can fix it. Okay, I think that's okay. So like I said, you can go with both methods. You can compare whether you want this one, a more organic approach, or this one. I like this one. I will deactivate this one and mirror this new one over. So let's continue with the neck. And the neck will also be a loft consisting of small and large curves. So let's create a line. So create a circle, snapping here at the end point of the line. V for changing the direction. Curve array this. I will select this one. And I will scale it, so 0.5. We can even try 0.3, 0.4. Yeah, something along these lines. Press OK. Scale every other circle so we get the zigzag when we loft. So let's try SS 0.7. Do this for every other curve. Select from right to left all these circles in the correct order and press L. Now let's take all these curves which we have created along our lofting adventure. So these curves as well as the curves we used for the arm and put them into construction. Close the holes with Shift J. G2 is okay in this case. Here also Shift J with G0, B, D. Okay. Center it. Pressing Ctrl. Bring it down. So select this guy. Shift H. Let's create a cylinder this time, which we can use as a cutter. So drag out. B for new body. Press OK. Face mode. Select the top face. Push it in. So bring back the rest. Take the solid. Let's make a difference boolean. Q. It looks okay. Make a big fat fillet. Hide the edges. That's what we have so far. And I think that looks cool. Okay, let's start with the hands. And I have checked for many references. I have looked at many robot hands and whatnot. And at the end, I decided to go to use a reference from the originals, from the real guys, from Hogarth. I have a book of him drawing dynamic hands. And I will use this anatomy. There is a simple rule. If you mess up the hands, no matter if it is a robot or an organic human, you will mess up the whole drawing. Let's make a correct drawing. And of course, our hand will be a robot hand, but the pinky finger, ring finger, middle finger, these lengths will be correct. I will start with this part. Make something like this. And this will be, let me draw it here in 3D. So this part will be hollow. I hope you can follow along, but we will see in a minute what I am about to model. After that, I will make this part, which will be a sphere. I start with the simple corner rectangle. And if I press S, I get a square. So in control point mode, select these bottom control points, bevel them or fillet them. In face mode, extrude it. If I look from the top, I want to have a bumpy look rather than a flat one. In face mode, I will drag this further out so that I have enough room to create a bumpy surface with the cutter, which will be an ellipse. So therefore, let's create a center circle, snapping here at the center of this solid we just created. And this will be our cutter. So in solid mode, select the solid, press C for cut. Then the ellipse, press OK. Delete the redundant stuff. And that's what we have so far. In face mode, select this face, delete it, pressing Shift X so it is hollow. And in solid mode, thicken it, run the thicken command. And it doesn't matter whether you go to the inside or the outside. I will make something like this, -0.1 maybe. Press OK, let's look from the front. And now I will cut in this part with an ellipse. Create a center circle, let's stretch this guy along the Z-axis, make something like this. Let's see if the X-ray mode is helpful. Yeah, it is. So I want to have some kind of snappings going on. So I will snap the ellipse to this corner. That looks okay, and we can use this one as a cutter. By the way, I'm aware of the fact that the hand goes like this rather than this. I don't want to be 100% accurate, so that's why I will leave it straight. Basically similar to the chucks. So somehow they look like chucks, but they are looking robotic at the same time. That's what I want to achieve with the hand also. So in solid mode, select the solid, press C for cut, then select the cutter, press OK. And that's what we have so far. That looks okay. Now we can start the filleting. Here I want a big fat fillet. Here on the inside. Alt, selecting the edge. We can select the whole edge loop from here to here. Yeah, that looks okay. That's what I wanted. Okay, let's see how we can fillet this edge. Yeah, that works also. Let's fillet this edge. And this whole edge loop here, B, D. But this can be a relatively small fillet in comparison to the rest. Okay, now the most important fillets for these faces. So select these faces in face mode, press Ctrl 2 and fillet them. And fillet as much as you can. So we have a cool, on the one hand, organic, but on the other hand, a mechanical look going on. I like this one. Okay, now I will create this part. And this will consist of a simple elliptical sphere, so something like this. Drag along the x-axis and press Ctrl for centering it to the solid. You can again press Ctrl for centering it or aligning it. So that looks okay, but let's see how it looks from this view. Of course, that's also important to aligning it. Make it flatter, more like an ellipse. Unfortunately, the X-ray mode doesn't work with intersecting solids, but that's okay. Yeah, these are all the small adjustments. I don't have to comment every step I do. You get the point. Okay, that's what I will use as a cutter. But at the same time, I will create a duplicate and make this one slightly smaller, pressing S twice. And I will leave it for now. First, select the hand Q, select the cutter, press OK. In edge mode, select this edge loop, BD. That's okay. Again, select the inner edge loop, fillet it also slightly. Okay, let's look from the front view. Select the solid SX. How we are looking so far, and we are looking good. We will make a test and see if it fits perfectly into this shell. Make your small adjustments. If you are okay with the main shape, you can always keep on making other details, making some, I don't know, some cuts here for adding further details. Everything is fine, but first of all, this has to fit into this. Therefore, I will make a little test and select these two, duplicate them, and look if it works. Hide these two for a minute. Select these two parts of the hand, and these two we are modeling. Shift H, isolate them so we can see better what we are doing from all angles. And while doing these things in orthographic view, so this perspective should be unchecked, deactivated, so you don't have to mess around with stretched views and whatnot. Okay, that looks okay to me. Bring back the rest and see how it looks. That looks okay. I like it. Unfortunately, you can't store the rotation values we have just used like you can do in Blender. That means that we have to do this rotation work again after modeling the fingers. But I like how this one worked out. And here, but when you check your model, do it in perspective mode because that's more realistic. So model in orthographic and check in perspectives. That's the correct formula. I will mirror this one to the other side. Continue with the fingers. So let's see how we can shape the fingers. I think I will go with rounded rectangles. I think, but I'm not sure. And by the way, here is a cool trick. Okay, let me show you a cool trick in PureRef. I will use this as a reference. If you right click, go to Settings and Application Opacity, you can lower down the opacity. And second move, you can check Transparent to Mouse. Okay, now transparent to mouse is enabled. So if you go to PureRef and press Ctrl T, you can get out of the transparent to mouse mode. But for now, I want to use it. Now back in Plasticity, I can do something like this for creating approximately the correct measurements. As I said, I want this hand to look correct, but not realistic, obviously, since we are creating a robot. But if the viewer sees the model, your design, there shouldn't be some critics concerning wrong anatomy. And of course, here is an arc, and I haven't made the arc here also, so that's why I will keep it here like so, as a straight line. But like I said, you have to play around between your own design and correct anatomy. So S, V, change the pivot and drag along the Z-axis and make something like this. And these separations look correct to me. If not, you can always change it. Let's change the pivoting here. Okay, that looks okay. Now copy these three, duplicate it. Okay, S, V for changing the pivot. Drag this guy. And of course, don't play with the canvas as long as you are making these adjustments with PureRef. S, V, change the pivot. And in this case, the index finger and the ring finger, they look similar. While in reality, the ring finger is slightly longer than the index finger, but I trust Hogarth. I did the same mistake. Duplicate and rotate it 45 degrees. Here you can type in the number manually. And let's scale this. There are just two joints, so let's delete one. Okay, back in PureRef, press Ctrl T to get out of the transparent to mouse mode. And in settings, you can bump up the opacity. Okay, and here in Plasticity, you have this information. Consider this information rather than a design, because now we can use it to make the actual design, because I still don't know what kind of shape the single joints will have. Let's see. And change the pivot to construction plane here. I'm not familiar with these new options here in Plasticity. They didn't exist in the previous versions, but I will check them out. But as long as I'm not familiar with them, I will just try and see what works. Okay, that's what we have so far. And I like how this looks. I told it several times. And I hope that the fingers will also look according to the rest of the design. Okay, let's start modeling the hand. I had a lot of fun while I was making my research off the record. And I hope you will have also fun. And one more thing. While I was looking for some references, I stumbled over this picture, this model, which you can download from TurboSquid. And I think that's a great reference, but I won't include this one in the PureRef file. But you can go and get it from here. Just look for robot hands, blah blah. And I will do something similar to that, because I like the construction here, how the fingers are connected, how the joints are connected, and I will do something similar to that. So therefore, let's select these guys, Shift D, and make a duplicate. Let's delete all these fingers and let's see how we can proceed. So first of all, I would like to create a cylinder and array it. And I will press V for changing the direction. And make sure that your model, that this hand is exactly at the middle of the world axis. Okay, I will make it thinner. And let's look from the top view. As Shift Z, I make my fine tunings. And by now you should be Plasticity professionals for making such fine tunings on your own. Okay, let's array it. A rectangular array. Type in 4. Play around with the distance. That's okay. That looks okay. Maybe a little bit thinner. So S Shift Z. And I will delete these and array it again. Maybe you don't need to do it. It's just eyeballing stuff. Mixture of eyeballing and personal preferences. I want these cylinders to be thin so I can make thick bolts around them. So let me show you what I mean. When I select this solid, so I want that these thin cylinders are covered by this part, this horizontal one. Let's look from all views. And we can make it fatter, but I don't want to make it fatter on the x-axis, so I press S Shift X. And always look from all perspectives, so you don't run in any kind of bad surprises afterwards. SX, maybe I make it a little bit thicker along the x-axis. Okay, it's not important. The fine-tunings I'm doing are just personal preferences, but what's important is that I will boolean this. This will be the target body. I press Q and make a difference boolean, but I keep the tools, so therefore I press T. Okay, this guy has a hole, so we can give it a cool fillet. All these four edges, we can give it the same fillet. So let's try BD 0.01. That looks okay. We don't have to exaggerate. Or let's try 0.02. That's far too much. I don't want such shapes. So I go with 0.01. That looks okay. That looks natural. And I say okay. Next step is duplicate this guy. And press Ctrl for snapping it to the center. We could also array it, making it manually, duplicating it right away, faster. Okay, next step is filling these gaps. That looks cool, I think, something similar to that. And we will think about this situation later. But for now, select this edge, Shift D. Let's also create a center rectangle. So something like this. Bring it to somewhere here, that's okay. Select both curves, press SX0 for bringing them to the same plane, so flattening them basically. SX0. Let's look again from the right view and isolate them so the other stuff doesn't get in our way. Okay, now let's create a line starting here at this control point and snapping here, and make sure that the snapping point is tangent, so that's what we want, this tangent thing. Okay, so we have a smooth transition from this arc to this straight line. If we don't make sure that this is tangent, there might be a crease later on. That's not what we want, so that's why this tangent snapping is important. Let's mirror this guy and trim the stuff we don't need. Select these, all of them, and join them. And in control point mode, we should be able to fillet these two control points. So B, D, fillet. Okay, and face mode, extrude the solid. Alt H. We could have done the rebuilding before extruding and blah blah for avoiding these edges. You know, you can do it or not, that's up to you. But it's not necessary in this case because we will leave this part alone. Just give it a small bevel after positioning it in these three gaps. Let's select these four parts plus this one. Shift H. Unfortunately, this part doesn't snap between these two parts. There is no such function, or there is no such function that I know of. So that's why I will make a workaround, create a line between these two faces, snapping from one center to the other. And I will do the same here. And here I have to repeat it since there is no such function like distribute in Illustrator. If you are familiar with Illustrator, use this part for aligning this part. In solid mode, let's select this guy, GX, and press Ctrl for aligning this part to the middle of this curve. And that's what we will do with the copies of this part in a minute. Also here. That's okay. Select both faces, Ctrl 2. And I won't fillet it because I want to exclude these edges. So therefore I have to make a different type of selection. Just select this edge and this one, nothing else. And if you press BD, Plasticity will fillet automatically all the edges with smooth transitions, and it will exclude this one because there wasn't a smooth transition. So that's exactly what you want. 0.01. Okay, Shift D. Duplicate this, press Ctrl for snapping it to this line, to the mid curve. Repeat it. And the reason for not filleting the bottom edge is that I will drag these faces, but I don't know the exact length yet, so I will leave it like this. You can delete these lines. If you press Alt-H, that's the reason why I haven't filleted it. There will be some kind of geo which is holding these parts later on. So these 4 cylinders plus these solids, these 3 solids, Shift H. Drag these faces also, press Ctrl for snapping in them to these faces. So they are for now at the same height, and we can think about them later on. And if we hide the edges, they look cool, I think. Next step is punching in a hole through all these parts we have created so far. So therefore, let's select all these solids, Shift H, look from the right view, create a cylinder which snaps to the center of this guy, and it says the boolean failed. I didn't want it to have a boolean in the first place, so if I press B, we get our cylinder, and this will be our cutter. And we can also model this cutter, so it's not just a cutter, but it will be the part which is connecting all these parts. In the reference here, they have left it as a hole. I don't want to leave it as a hole. There has to be some kind of bolt holding these parts together. And to be honest, we don't have to punch in holes through all these parts. Just these 2 outer bolts is enough, because the other holes won't be visible anyhow. So therefore, let's select this part, press Q, then this one, the bolt, press T for keep tools. Let's do the same here on this side. Let's give this hole a fillet, BD 0.01. The viewer can see that there is some kind of hole. Let's look from the top. We can simply fillet it and call it a day. We can also make something funky. Since this is a very tiny detail, I don't want to make more details than necessary. So therefore I will fillet it, or let me look from this view. I'm not sure whether this part should stick out, but it can stick out, but maybe not that much. Therefore I will scale it furthermore along the x-axis. So select this face, bring back the rest. Now we have a cool construction thing going on. Let's keep on modeling the fingers. This reference comes in handy, so we don't have to do any guesswork. We can take this as an orientation. But before doing the fingers, let's have some fun with this here, with the palm. Let's design some palms. Unfortunately, here the palm of the hand isn't visible. They show the other side of the hand, but what we will do is making something like this. So here will be a plane or a pad. Then here, for where the transition is to the palm, this will be one. And here also. Detail will consist of 3 parts, and think of it as a palm, so the inside of the hand, not the outside as it is shown here in the drawing. I hope it makes sense. Show the edges and select this face, Shift D, duplicate it, drag it out. And while the face is selected in face mode, press O for offset. There is an offset going on, but it's very laggy. Repeat it, try to offset from this perspective. Let's play around with the distance. So 0.1 maybe. Yeah, 0.1 works. And make it even smaller, 0.05. That's okay. Delete the outer face. And if we look from the front view, we can make the 3 divisions I just showed on the drawing. I will create a center circle. So bring this guy to somewhere here. R twice, rotate it, make it something like this. Offset it. So make it smaller, something like this maybe. Minus 0.05. Take these 2 circles and rotate them. You can see that we have 3 parts. So the first part is here, second part, and this is the part where the transition is to the thumb. Okay, they are on the same plane. Now we can trim all the redundant stuff. Let's create a line and make sure that it touches the circle. Otherwise, it will create the line on another plane. I will duplicate this one. So it's just more comfortable to trim. Okay, let's start trimming. And if you use the wrong order, just go back and start the trimming command again. Okay, that's what I wanted, this separation. And let's close these lines. Here also, in face mode, select the face of these curves and drag out a solid. Do a similar thing here, so select this one in face mode, press E to extrude. Okay, now select this one and use it as a cutter. Make sure that it exceeds. Now select this solid, press Q and select the cutter. Okay. You can always go back to your constructions and look what you have done. That's why this construction folder is good. So first, it's a backup. Second, you can use it for reverse engineering stuff. Select these faces, they are too fat. Push them in, make something like this. That's okay. And select these guys. Well, first of all, let's round these edges. And I don't know whether I have showed before. If you go to one edge and press Alt Control, you can select all the edges, all the corner edges. So you can make basically a corner edge loop selection. So you don't have to click on each edge separately. Again, if you go to one edge and press Ctrl Alt, you can select all the other sharp corner edges. Now you can make a smooth fillet. Give it a big fat fillet, so 0.15. So look from this perspective. Here you can see what we are about to create. And from here you can do your adjustments. Try 0.2 if that works. I will go with 0.2. That's fine. And now do the same for the other parts. And now in face mode, Ctrl 2 for switching to edge mode. Drag out a fillet, and if it is too fast, press Shift for making small increments. 0.02 will do the job, that's okay. Now you can push these 3 pads into the solid, and later on in Blender, when we give these guys different materials, you can give this one a rubber material, while this one remains metallic. Okay, next step is creating the fingers. It looks more complicated than it is. What we have to do is basically creating 2 rounded rectangles. So let's look from the top view. Create a center rectangle. Center it to this cylinder. And make this one slightly wider than this cylinder here at the bottom. Let's duplicate for checking the gap. So if you press Ctrl and snapping it to the center, you can check the gap. We can make this one even bigger. Press S twice. Make your tests by duplicating it and snapping it to the center of this one. Okay, that looks okay. Okay, now this guy comes in handy. This one, bring it to somewhere here. I will duplicate it, bring it to here approximately. It doesn't have to be at the same height, but I have snapped it to this corner. That's also okay. But it has to be smaller. Don't overdo it. Make something like, you know what? I will do it here. Compare the top one to the bottom one. I think that's fine. Next step is rounding the corners. Do the same for this one. BD 0.04. And if we loft right away, we will get a straight line. So let me show you. Select both rectangles and run the loft command. We get something like this. The only thing I need to do now is duplicating these fingers, snap them to the center of the relevant cylinders. So this one we have, the pinky finger, so we can delete the solids for the pinky finger. Let's take the ring finger, scale this one. Doesn't work somehow, the snapping, so okay, no problem. Let's eyeball it. Take the one for the middle finger, bring it to somewhere here. Okay. Index finger. Bring these curves to the construction folder. Here you can see that the pinky finger is not as small as it should be, but that's okay. That's what we also will do. We will make the pinky finger longer. Otherwise, we cannot add two joints. So select this guy, SV. Make it longer, but not as long as the others. Now we should be able to add these joints. Now we have enough room for adding two joints. Okay, let's start with the joints. So therefore I will create a cylinder, rotate it along the y-axis, snap it to the middle of the pinky finger, bring it to somewhere here. Shift D, make this one smaller. What's important in this case is that this gap should be approximately the same. So therefore I can scale this top joint. While this won't be the actual joint, this will be the cutter and we will place the joint afterwards. These will be the cutters. So select both of them. And here obviously we have to change the position of the joints. And the thickness of the gap can be your guideline. So the gap can be approximately the same on all these joints. Before making all these booleans, I will convert them in solids by pressing Shift J. And it doesn't patch the holes. Okay, let me do it manually. So select the edge loop, Shift J, G0 continuity is okay. Here also fill them manually, and here at the top I want to give them another design anyhow. Before continuing, I would like to make a copy of all these parts we have modeled so far and see if that looks cool on the actual robot. Doesn't have to be exact, just to see if it works. So he has relatively big hands. I like it. And by the way, our robot is a worker. He works with his bare hands. He's not some kind of stupid robot driving around and killing people or something stupid like this. This guy is a real working class man. Okay, now we can continue. Maybe I will make the fingers a little bit longer. 0.08 is okay. So we have enough space to make some cuts. Show the edges. We will make slight cuts. So let's see. Create a line. Rotate it. Maybe 30 degrees. Duplicate the line. Bring it to somewhere here for the index finger. This one is for the middle finger. And in object mode, let's select all these guys and Shift H, isolate them so we can make our cuts comfortably. In edge mode, select these two lines and Shift D, bring them to here. And this time, let's look from the left view for positioning the cuts for the pinky finger and the ring finger. And I don't know what the criteria might be. Yeah, now I know. Okay, let me do it like this. I will align these lines to the Z-axis line. So G, V, change the pivot, but with the construction plane selected. So drag along the Y-axis, Control for snapping these lines to the Z-axis line. Do the same with these two. Press something else and then again construction plane so it resets. Drag along the Y-axis, press Control for snapping it to the Z-axis. And now we can start the cuts. I forgot to make the correct adjustments on the height. Select the top part of the line, press something else, then again construction plane, drag along the Z-axis, press Ctrl for snapping it to this edge. And that's what we will do for all the other fingers also. Let's do the same for the cutting line of the middle finger. So select this guy, G, Z, press Ctrl for snapping it to the edge. Let's start to cut and hope for the best. So select this guy, C, select the top line, delete these lines, and of course this stuff. That's what we have so far, and that looks cool. I like it. So what happens if we take all these lines and fillet them? Yeah, that looks okay. And I will do the same for all the other fingers. So select these two faces, Ctrl 2, BD 0.03. I select also this edge, BD 0.03. Let's do the same filleting here at the bottom. Now comes the cutting part. But before cutting, I will make a duplicate of all these cylinders. And now let's start to cut. Q, select the first cutter, Shift select the second one. Select this face, Ctrl 2, BD 0.01. 0.01 works. Let's try 0.02. 0.02 looks even better. Let's try 0.03. So we have the same filleting as on the other parts. That looks okay. Let's try the same for all the other edges. BD 0.03. Yeah, that works. Here also BD 0.03. And here it messes up. Of course, I forgot to press Ctrl 2 for switching to edge mode. That's why it didn't work. Okay, next step is placing these cylinders, but before doing so, let's make a test run, bring it to here, and let's see how much we should scale these cylinders. SS 0.8 or even SS 0.7. I guess 0.8 is okay. Let's look again from the front view. SS 0.75. Maybe something like this. I think I will go with 0.7. So select this guy and we have to do it individually. Now we can center them along their relevant fingers. Now the fingers are obviously too small or too short in comparison to the joints. So these segments are too short, so let's fix it. So first of all, select the pinky finger and all its joints, and by joints I mean the cylinders. Shift H, look from left or right view, select the bottom part, change the pivot, so set it to the bottom edge so you can make something like this, and make your fine-tuning pressing Shift. And that looks okay. Now this one, S, Z, and the pivot point is somehow off. So play around with these options. B-box works. So scale along the Z-axis, dragging this handle until this edge touches this joint. Then press V for setting the pivot to the bottom to this edge and keep on dragging so that the upper edge touches the upper joint. Last step is dragging this guy, S, change the pivot, put it to the top. And now again, if we look from front view, so I will eyeball it and make it narrower along the x-axis. And if you now compare, so the proportions of the joint and the fingers, they look better than these guys. Repeat this process for the remaining fingers and I will time lapse it. Next step is detailing the joints themselves. Therefore, I will cut them in 3 pieces. So isolate the cylinder, create a line, and let's array this guy, a rectangular array, and snap it to the end of this cylinder and put the number to 4. And what's interesting for us are these 2 lines we are about to create because these will be the cutters. Bring back the rest. Okay, now that we are left with these lines, we can delete these outer lines. Select this cylinder, press C for cut. Then use these lines as a cutter, press OK. And now we have divided this cylinder in equal parts. And we can delete these cutters. Select these 3, isolate them, and let's detail this. Most important detailing is obviously the filleting. 0.005 will do the job. Let's look which edges we have filleted. We have filleted these edges, so. And now we can simply punch in a hole. Create a cylinder. And B for new body. T for keep tools. Do the same with this one. Drag this one out for a minute. BD 0.005. Now select this face, look from the top view. Drag and press Ctrl so it snaps to this edge. Snap it to this outer edge. So that's what I wanted. And I want this part to be pretty detailed. Later on when we are making our renders, I want a quick zoom to the fingers because the fingers are obviously a very important part of the whole robot. Create a rectangular polygon. Press tab twice for having access to the number of vertices. Type in 6. Drag out something like this. And in face mode, select it, extrude it. You can delete the curve. In edge mode, Alt Control click for selecting the whole edges here. BD 0.003 maybe. Yeah, also 0.005, that's okay. And here in face mode, select this face, Ctrl 2, BD 0.005. Okay, now we have our cutter and we will push this one in. And press Ctrl so it snaps right away to the edge, to this edge. Alt X, press F for freestyle. For whatever reason, it doesn't snap to this one. Let me show you a trick. If you don't have anything to snap here in the middle, create an isoparam curve and it snaps. Then you have something to snap. So create this isoparam curve and now you have this line which you can use to make your mirroring. I will drag this one further in. Alt X, F for freestyle. Now you have your snapping line. And you can snap it comfortably, mirror it comfortably along this axis. Okay. Delete redundant topology. And now we can do our Boolean. Oh, sorry. We have to use this guy. Give here also a slight fillet, BD 0.002, maybe something like this. So not as large as the other fillets with 0.005. Okay, and we can give this bolt also another material than the outer cylinders. This will create again a cool detailing if we bring back the rest. Now take these 4 parts and copy it to these parts, and I will show you a cool trick on how you can copy precisely and very fast. In solid mode, select these, Ctrl D. Now you are running the place command, which is a very powerful tool I haven't showed yet. Find a snapping point. Here you see center. That's what I want. I want this snapping point. So basically it's the center of this hole, and click on it. You can drag this to this center. Here you have a copy. So the place command is basically a very powerful tool for creating copies while aligning the copies to the desired place. Snap it to here, to the center of the cylinder, press enter, and I'm still in the command. The command is still active. I place it here, again press enter, and keep on here, placing, pressing enter. And now I can press escape for getting out of the place command. We can delete the redundant cylinders, and in a matter of seconds, we have created this detail. Play with the place command and you may have seen that there were a bunch of options. We will use it again here for the bottom cylinders. But before doing that, let's take these 4 parts and this cylinder and scale these parts according to the size of this one. Shift H. Let's look what we have so far. Of course, we want to have a copy of this. Snap it to the center of this cylinder, and somehow it didn't work. Okay, now I'm at the center of this cylinder. Let's look from the front view. Scale it, pressing S twice. Okay, now scale it along the x-axis. Okay, we don't need this cylinder any longer. We can delete it. And if we bring back the rest, we can take these 4 cylinders, so these 3 plus the bolt, and again run the place command, pressing Ctrl D, snap it to the center. So that's from where we are copying the part. That's our reference point, and now copy this joint, enter, to this one, enter, this one, enter. And for getting out of the place command mode, press escape. And of course, delete the redundant stuff. So now we have very cool detailing going on if we hide the edges. And here at the fingers, I want to create similar pads as here. And after creating one, I will also copy this one to all these parts. So therefore, I will create a simple center rectangle. In control point mode, fillet this guy, give it a big fat fillet, so we have big bumpy pads later on going on. Face mode, select this face, extrude a solid. Face mode, Ctrl 2, BD. Okay, and now let's run the place command for this guy. We don't need the curve here, and you know what, we don't even need this part of the pad. Unjoin these parts. We don't need the flat part. Alt J, so we have divided these 2 parts. We don't need it. Alt select this edge. Shift J, patch it. Solid mode, Ctrl D. Select the center of this face. Put it to the center of this one. Let me show you the options now. Now, obviously, it is directing to the wrong direction. Therefore, we can press F for flip, and we can press A for playing with the rotation, A for angle. Now let's rotate it. And if we press Ctrl, we can rotate in 5-degree steps. So minus or plus 90 degrees, doesn't matter. So that's what I have. And if I press enter, I can keep on with the same settings I had for this copy. So that's very powerful. So I click here, press enter, click to the center of this face, enter, center, enter. Here, unfortunately, I don't have anything to align. That's why I will press escape to get out of this mode. But I want to have another design on these parts of the fingers anyhow. Let's make something like this. I hope you have fun goofing around with all these cool tricks. Let's create a line which we will use as a cutter. Shift deduplicate it, bring it to this one, so snap it to this bottom edge. Now select the solid, press C for running the cut command. Select the first cutter, shift select the second one, press OK. Delete this one, delete also the lines, select the bottom one and I will merge them, isolate them. So G, B, change the pivot, drag along this handle, pressing Ctrl, boom. Press Q twice for running a union boolean. That's what I wanted. Bring back the rest. I want to place this pad onto these faces, but I don't have anything to snap here. Therefore, I will create some isoparam curves. So select this guy in face mode, Ctrl R for running an isoparam curve and create an isoparam curve at the center. And if it disappears, it means that it has created here on the back, on the other side, but that's okay. Create a second isoparam curve. Press tab this time. Let's do it horizontally and let's make a test. Select the pad, shift deduplicate it, bring it to here and it snaps. Do it somewhere here just to run a test. Okay, it snaps perfectly. Let's do the isoparam thing on all these faces. So a horizontal one and then a vertical one. And I need to have vertical isoparam curves here on these sides also. So let's keep on creating isoparam curves. And it's a big mess, but we can clean it up later on by running the delete redundant topology command. Sometimes it doesn't get it right away. You might have to try multiple times. Okay, now we can start with the placing. Select all these solids, isolate them so I can run the place command comfortably. Select the pad in solid mode, place command, put the cursor to the center of this face. And if you have a situation like this, play with these settings. So X up, Y up, Z up, Y up, and let's press F, and that's what I wanted. Press enter for keep on placing. Enter. And if you somehow mess up, no problem. Start again. Y, F, enter, enter, enter. So that's the setting I will go with, but sometimes I mess up. Restart the placing command. And after placing the last one, just press escape so you get out of the place mode. And I will do my fine tunings here for these guys. Shift H. And this I will do manually. G. Bring it up. And make sure that you have the same distance here as well as here. So G, B, change the pivot, drag along this handle, make also 0.015, otherwise the distances won't look the same. That's not what we want. Here also. And if you bring back the rest, let's do the thumb and let's see if we can get away by just copying one of these fingers and rotating them along the Z-axis by 90 degrees. So select all these solids. So we don't need this one. Let's make this one shorter, quite a bit. something like this. I think we can delete this part completely. These guys also. Select this top part, look from the right view. Place this guy somewhere here. And we can also borrow this part. BD.005. Here also BD.005. Rotate these parts along the z-axis by minus 90 degrees and place it somewhere here. Let's see how it looks if we make the thumb a little bit thicker, pressing S twice. Like this, it looks too small. So make something like this so he has a big fat thumb. We can make it even bigger. I don't need this any longer. I will make a duplicate of this one, this whole hand, and Ctrl G for making a backup of this hand and deactivate it. Now I will play a little bit with the rotation of the fingers. R, V. So make something like this. And I will do the same for these fingers. So let's select these parts, look from the right view, R, V. Hide these, hide the ones we have already bent, so they don't get in our way, R, V. And again, if you press R, hide these guys, select all of these, look from the right view, R, V. Let's bring back the rest. So that's what I have so far. That looks okay. There is one more thing I would like to add. So some kind of bumps, little bumps here on these. So let's create a sphere and array this guy. A rectangular array, make something like this. You can also make the second array right away. So this is the horizontal one. Let's make the second array. The vertical one, type in something like this, 5. Play with the distance. Obviously, it has to go down. So let's give it a negative value, -2, -0.5. Looks better. -0.25, that's too much. So let's play around. And I will add another row, something like this. That looks okay. And here also, I have to add 2 more rows. So therefore, I will type in 12 and play with this setting. That looks okay. Shift H. So let's select every other sphere and center these ones. We get a zigzag type of pattern. Okay, bring back the rest. We don't need these spheres. And of course, make your adjustments. This one I use just as a guide. Will overlap with this one. Delete this one. Select these guys. Hide them for a minute, so that I can select these comfortably. Shift D, Alt H. Now let's keep on placing these. Okay, here is a slight curvature, the one we did at the beginning. But nevertheless, I will try to place these spheres without giving them a curvature. I will do that rather manually. Okay, now let's run the union boolean. So select this guy, press Q, select all these spheres, press Q again, and OK. And it worked right away. Let's do the same with this and this one. So we can delete this stuff or we can leave it because it won't be visible. If we bring back the rest, we have a detail like this. And I won't fillet them. I like it with these sharp edges. It's not something you hear that often from me. I won't fillet. There is one more thing which I'm not sure about how I could go about it. That's this one. These shouldn't be stiff. These guys don't make sense. These make sense. I can bend them. But this construction doesn't make any sense. But I will leave it because I like the look. If it is bothering you, you know what to do. Replace these with these guys and do the similar thing we have done here at these joints. But I will skip this part and leave it as it looks because this different design looks also cool. And here, instead of thinking about adding much more geo here, I will do simply something like this. I will take all these parts, this cylinder also, and sphere at the bottom, drag these faces, push them into the sphere. Nobody will ask what's going on here. Okay, that's what we have. I think we are finished with the hand. You can go crazy and put some detailing here on this side also and whatnot, but I will finish it. So the only thing we need to do now is placing it onto our robot. Just make sure that nothing intersects. Here is a slight intersection. Let's look from the bottom view. Yeah, the size is okay. And if you want to deselect something, just click on the part pressing Ctrl, so it deselects. And select also the sphere. Make it slightly... These are just fine-tunings before mirroring the hand. Look from all angles. Check this angle if that looks okay from the side view. Look from the back view. I like this detailing from the back view. And also check always for any kind of intersections. That's definitely something we want to avoid. Okay, that looks okay. Now we are ready for mirroring the hand. So let's delete these parts and select these parts. Check whether you have selected all the correct parts. Yeah, the complete hand. Escape. Look from the front view. Alt X. Mirror it. And our robot has hands. Now we can start detailing the body. Since we have done all the essential parts like hands and feet, we will detail the body. And after that, we will go back to the head and add some details here. Because I thought about what we could do here. And now I have some ideas. These ears won't look like the reference image. You can even go ahead and delete these solids. There will be something else. Then I will detail also this cylinder eye. Okay, I thought about the detailing of this body, but I decided not to detail it that much. And the reason is there are some concentrations of details in this model, like the hands obviously, or the tank track or the shoe, and even the arm. This arm gives the impression of a very detailed part. And I will add some details here in the head. So like I said, the cylinder, the eye cylinder, I want to make a radial array type of thing. And I will add here some kind of ears. So this guy will be pretty detailed. And I don't want to add that much detail here on the body. So there has to be some space when you look around the model. Here it looks quite minimalistic. Some paneling is going on. Here the vent looks quite minimalistic. This paneling is quite minimalistic. That's what I like. So the viewer has the opportunity to enjoy the details as well as the empty spaces. And my plan is giving this guy some kind of belt so that some stuff is going on here. But that's it. Just a belt and maybe a label with a logo, with the name of this guy. We will give it a name. And that's it. So when you watch, you see that there are plenty of empty spaces, but there is also heavy detailing going on. So there is an equal amount of distribution of details and empty spaces. So that's what I want. And we also have to take into account that we will give this guy some materials. So giving it different kind of materials will also contribute to the detailing. So that's what we have to keep in mind when we are modeling. Empty spaces are as important as details. Before making the detailing here, so before giving him a belt and a label and whatnot, I would like first to continue with the ears. I say ears, but it will be some kind of vent going on. So when we have a look at our reference, it won't consist of only some circles as it is here. Here also they just, or AI put just a circle here. That looks, of course, that looks also okay, but I want another design approach. I would like to have something like this when you look from the right view, some kind of detailing. And when you look from the front view, that it sticks out. And throughout the course, we haven't made that many surfacing practices. We discovered a lot of techniques and a lot of commands. We used a lot of commands, but pure surfacing was not that involved in this course. And that's what I want to have also. First of all, I want to have the detail here on this surface. That's why I will separate this one, pressing Shift D. And if we look from the front view, it's tilted. Because as you remember, at the beginning we made some slight tilted cuts here. But during the surfacing process, I would like to have a straight surface. So let's straighten this guy by pressing R and then V for freestyle, activating the freestyle. Click on one point of the edge, then on another point. And now we are able to rotate this and straighten it. Again, R, F, click here, click on another point on the edge. And if we straighten, we can also see the angle here. That's an important value, this 4.696 blah, blah, blah. We will use it later on when we tilt it back after we have done the surfacing. But we don't need to store that number because it's already here. It's already stored in this tilted part. So we can always go back and look for it. Okay, now let's look from the right view and see what we can do. Let's isolate this guy. In face mode, press O for offset. So we get something like this. That looks okay. In edge mode, select this edge. Shift D. Drag it out. We don't need this one any longer. We can delete it. Now I would like to make two cuts, the one here at the front and here at the back. But before doing so, let's rebuild this guy. That's okay, I will go with refit. Okay, create a line, which we will use as a cutter. Trim it, and here at the front I would like to have a bigger cut. So I will create again a vertical line, making something like this. Of course, always along the z-axis, because I want to have straight lines. Press T for trim. Let's join these four curves, pressing J, and in control point mode, fillet these two, not these in the back, just these guys at the front. So B, D, make a fillet like this, that's okay. And we will use this one as a cutter. So select the face, C for cut, select the curve. We can delete this one and we can hide this one. And in edge mode, select this edge. Look from the right view, Shift D, duplicate it, bring it to somewhere here. That's okay. What we want to do is, first of all, let's look from the top view. A very important step is, of course, bringing this out. And this distance determines the thickness of the ear we are about to create. So it can be pretty thick, something like this. And now we will bridge these two edges But I don't want to bridge with this line. I would like to bridge with a sheet instead. So therefore, let's extrude a sheet, and it extrudes in the wrong direction. So let's press F for freestyle, click on an end curve, and let's extrude along the y-axis. This is YB normal. That's okay. We don't need this curve any longer. Now we can loft it. Loft these two edges, pressing L. And the reason for lofting with the sheet instead of a line is that I can give it the continuity here. This G1 continuity. Press OK. We don't need this sheet. Take this guy, the newly created loft, and make it slightly smaller so we have access to this edge here. So S, Z, make it slightly smaller, make something like this. So we have an edge here. So we have access to this part. That's important if we loft in a minute. Next step is rounding these corners. And there are a couple of ways to go about it. One of them is simply thickening this sheet. In edge mode, let's round these corners. And in face mode, let's select this face, press Alt J for unjoining it from the rest, and we don't need the rest. We just wanted to have this round corner. And if we have a look at all the edges now, this edge can be lofted with this one, this corner with this one, this front edge with this front edge. So let's start lofting. G1 continuity. On both sides, press Shift for using this edge also as a guiding curve, also in G1 continuity. Press OK. Do the same with the bottom part. L for loft, G1 continuity. Select this edge as a guiding curve, so we have a smooth transition also here. OK. Let's loft these two edges. L. That looks okay. Now we can take all these sheets, join them. Select this edge loop, press Shift J. Look if we can get away with G1 continuity. Yes. Okay. The surface you are creating with patch tool merges automatically with the rest of the surface, unlike lofting. There you have to join afterwards. Here also Shift J, G1 continuity, press OK. Bring back the rest. Now let's bring this surface back to its original position. And like I said, we can always check the rotation. So let's rotate, press R, F, select one edge, select the second one. Here, that's the value we are looking for. It's 4.69647. So if we take this guy, press R, 4.69647. Okay, now we can delete this face. Or let's make it on a duplicate. So just in case we mess up or I mess up. Face mode, delete this face. Select this guy, look from the front view, G, change the pivot, obviously, we have to do something like this. And again, press G. And if it doesn't join for whatever reason, we can resurface, we can try to resurface this. Delete this face, select this face, run an isoparam curve, run the isoparam command, and here we are about to create this isoparam, but let's snap this isoparam which we are about to create to this one, create a second isoparam curve. This time let's snap this one to here and keep on creating isoparam curves while snapping to their relevant points. Let's isolate these sheets and keep on creating isoparam curves. Okay, let's loft. Let's start our lofting. And I want to have here G1 continuity, but here G0. Loft. Here G0, G1. Loft, G1. Here G0. And if we join these, can keep on closing the holes, but this time with patch, Shift J. This one should be G1 continuity, the rest can remain at G0. Shift J, G1 continuity, the rest at G0. Shift J. these 3 edges at G1 and the remaining edges at G0. Press OK. And if we run the delete redundant topology command, we are left with this result. We hide the edges. We have a clean surface. Let's fillet this BD. Let's run a big fat fillet. Bring back the rest. Let's again check without the edges. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I forgot to do one thing though. I want to have a hole here. So in face mode, let's select this face and press O for offsetting. You have to do it slowly, otherwise it freaks out. Okay, let's make something like this. Select these edges, Shift D, drag it out. Look from the front view, and by the way, delete redundant topology. We want this to be clean because we will project another curve. Alt J, unjoin this and select this guy, press double S, make it bigger, something like this, that's okay. Bring it to somewhere here. Now we have enough room to make our fillet later on after we have projected this curve and extruded it inwards and whatnot. I want here to have some space, enough space for the fillet. And again, select this edge, push it also inwards. So what we want is this tiny hole and enough space for the fillet. Okay, here's the whole construction. Let's just take all these curves. If you look from the front view and press SY0 for flattening it, you will see that nothing changes from this view. But if we look from the top view, you see that we have a perfect straight group of curves. And now we can trim the redundant stuff. Join these 4 curves. Round the corners with the fillet. Something like this for this curvature. Let's see how we can round these guys. That looks okay. Imprint this curve into the solid. So select the solid, Shift I, select the curve. That looks okay. The only thing we need to do now is extruding this face inwards. So press E for extrude and drag along this handle. Let's look from the top view. And you can drag it in quite a bit. Press OK. Select the edge loop, press BD and make a big fat juicy fillet. 0.013 is okay. Let's check our solid if it is really a solid. It's a solid. And now we can push it back into its original place and mirror it to the other side. And we are done with the ears. You can put these curves into the construction folder. Eyeball it, make sure that there isn't a gap. Delete this and mirror it over. And if we hide the edges, we have this cool detail. And later in Blender, maybe we can give this a neon type of lighting. Let's make the detailing on the eye. So let's see what we have here first of all. Show the edges. First of all, I will unjoin it, Alt J, and treat this one as a separate and hide this one also. Let's see what we can do with this cylinder. Shift J, patch it, make it again a solid. Bevel this. Okay, in face mode, offset this face. Now we are making the pupil. Face mode, select this face, Alt J, unjoin it. Bring it out just a little bit. Delete this edge by pressing Shift X. And we have again this weird problem with the remaining sheet thing. So select any type of, select this sheet, Shift X, repatch it with Shift J. Now it's a solid. Extrude this. Something like this. And B for new body so it doesn't make any type of Boolean stuff. Here's a Z fighting going on. We don't need this sheet. Push it in. Fillet this part. And now we have 2 separate solids. That's what I wanted because in Blender, we can then comfortably color them separately. Next step is creating here some details. Let's create a center rectangle or whatever. So any type of rectangle. Maybe something like this. G. Snap it to the center of this face. And in control point mode, BD. Make this one smaller. Drag out the solid. This one we will use as a cutter. Center it to the cylinder. Push it in, and we will use this one as a cutter after we have arrayed it. First of all, let me make a duplicate of this one. Push it to somewhere here, leave it there. Array, radial array. Use this one as the center. 8, maybe 12. 18. 18 is too much. I will go with 15, that's okay. So select the solid, hue. Select all these cutters. Bevel also all these edges. That's okay, and if we hide the edges, we have this detail. And now let's take this guy, bring it to the other side. Y 180. What happens if we push this inside right away? Make something like this. Yeah, that looks cool. And we can give it later on also a different material, shiny one maybe. And let's array it also 15 copies. Radial array. We don't need this curve. Bring back the rest. Okay, I like it. Now the glasses are covering the detail. And I like the detail. So let us do it this way. Select all these parts. Deselect the head and the nose. Let's see how far we can push it in. Y, make something like this. Type in a round number, so 0.17. And also the pupil, GY 0.17. And you know what? Push the glasses also further toward the head. But of course, careful of this part. They shouldn't intersect, obviously. Delete that cylinder. We will take care of this part in a minute. Select this, the cylinder. So let's make sure that we have selected the correct parts. That looks okay. Alt-X, mirror it. Okay, push this one in. Select these edges. Shift-J, let's patch this. And E for extrude. Something like this, that's okay. Make a copy of this one. Shift-D and make it smaller. Now we are making the retina. And this retina will get a glass material. So his real pupil will be visible. Select both and join them. Boolean them. BD. Bevel this. Okay, and now we can push this retina also in. Okay, now we have detailed this part. We have the eyes. And if the retina, by the way, if it is too bumpy, you can still scale it along the y-axis. It's too bumpy for me, for my taste. Make something like this. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, now we have the detailing going on here. We have the glasses. We have his ears. I think the head is finished. So the only thing we need to do is detailing the body, and like I said, I don't want to have much stuff going on here, but a cool sci-fi style looking belt would be okay. Plus, somewhere I would like to have some kind of logo with his name. Maybe here on this part a little typography would look cool, I think. Let me think about the design of the belt. Okay, finally we can start with detailing the body. And I know I said it several times throughout this course, but this time I'm serious. When making the leg connection, I made this detail. And I would like to add something similar here for the neck connection. So therefore, let's widen this fillet, this one. In face mode, select both parts since they are divided, since we have this ugly edge going on. And you can adjust the fillet by dragging this handle. And I would like to have a slightly bigger fillet going on so that we can extract these faces and create such a paneling, or I don't know how you can call this thickened part. Maybe you don't have this problem, or it's not even a problem, but when we widen the fillet, the bottom edge of this neck sticks out in my case, but that's okay. I have enough room here. I can just take this part and push it further in. Now I extract these two faces, Shift D, and now I thicken this extracted part. 0.01 is totally fine. Last step is filleting this so we have a cool round transition. And if we hide the edges, we have a similar thing as here. Okay, next step is creating the belt. And I will do it on a copy of this body. And make sure that you have a round number, 4 meters. So now here's a lot of stuff going on. And if you just press Alt-T for untrim, it gives you an error. That's why we will just extract one sheet. So let's take this one, Alt-J, unjoin it. In solid mode, hide it, delete the rest, unhide the sheet, and unjoin this one. Now we have a clean sphere. Let's first create the belt itself, and then we will make the connection here. I don't know what it is called. No, this part in the middle. So therefore, I will make another copy. And here, let's make 2 meters and create a line along the x-axis. And I don't create the line by just looking at this sphere because I want to avoid intersections with this part. I want to see the exact height of this line on the actual robot. So that looks okay. Duplicate it so we have a thickness going on. X-ray gives you an idea of the exact positioning of the belt. Something like this, that's okay. I don't want it exactly at the middle. Should be slightly lower. Again, check that there aren't any intersections with this transition. Now we can use these lines for cutting this sphere. So C, select the first line, Shift select the second one, press OK, delete these outer parts. You can even delete the lines and thicken this guy. 0.01 will do the job. And of course, let's fillet these edges, fillet all edges. So let's select also the inner ones. BD. And if it is hard to drag, just make a tiny fillet and type it in manually. That's more comfortably than just dragging around and more exact. Let's try. Yeah, that looks okay. I want a round fillet. Press OK. Look from the front view. And one more detail here. Select this face. Run the isoparam command. Put it in the middle. Then select this newly created isoparam curve. Shift D and pipe it. Can be a little bit thinner. You can give whatever thickness you like. But I would like to have a thinner line going on here, thinner pipe. And here are the two parts. And don't worry about this mess here in the outliner. We will do the housekeeping later. It will be the last step before exporting this part to Blender. These parts, the whole robot. Now we can bring this one, the newly created belt, back to here. And it was exactly 2 meters. So type in -2 meters. We can delete this pipe, the line or the curve. And if we hide the edges, we have this detailing. That looks okay. We can even make a copy and see how they look on the actual robot. It was -4 meters. Okay, I like the height. And even this tiny little line, this detail, gives the impression of some kind of clothing now. This guy isn't naked any longer. Okay, one side note, technically speaking, we don't have a sheet in our scene. But nevertheless, Here it says sheet because Plasticity treats this untrimmed sphere as a sheet. That's why this sheet is shown here, although it is a watertight solid, but that's just a side note. Okay, now let's start with the middle part of the belt, and I looked it up. It's called belt buckle. So let's make this belt buckle. And I decided to place the logo, which is the name of our robot, on the middle of the belt buckle, so on the belt buckle basically. Let's bring the logo into the scene. It is an SVG, which I created in Illustrator. So let's import it. I provide you with that SVG so you can import it also. Here it is. And the name was not my idea. I asked Gemini, and Gemini came up with this idea, which is okay. Of course, you can use another name and another design if you don't like this one. But there are a couple of things you have to consider when you create a vector file which you want to import into Plasticity. There shouldn't be any sharp edges, because when we fillet this later on, it will give us problems, those sharp edges. Also here, the original font had those sharp corners, and I first rounded them up in Illustrator. I have a whole episode on my YouTube channel where I discuss this particular thing, and please watch that. There are a lot of important and useful techniques which I discuss in that video, so please check that out. And somehow I'm still in that custom plane mode. So now let's place this logo roughly and rotate it. So what I'm doing now is centering it along the Z-axis. So let's take this as a guide. Okay, that's okay. We don't need this rectangle any longer. And before doing any type of extrusions or whatnot with this, first rebuild these curves, and I would like to rebuild them one by one. And you see, as soon as you rebuild it, you get a closed curve. And do the same with all these curves. And the longer the curve, the higher the count I give here in the points method. So here I can type in something like 200, maybe even 300. Now it's also closed. Here, this inner part of the O, I give this guy 100 and the outer part 200. Inner part of the E, maybe something like 50. And if we now in face mode select these faces and extrude them, you see that we get a clean solid without any redundant edges. Our logo is okay. I will leave it as it is for now. I will just drag it to the same position as the sphere. And we know it was 4 meters. Bring it down, bring it to somewhere here. SS, make it smaller. And we will make the size of the actual belt buckle according to this logo. When creating a center rectangle, I can snap on this x-axis. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Type in gx -4. Okay, now we can deactivate the snap to grid. Bring it to somewhere here. The logo still looks off. Now it's centered. Okay, now it's centered. Let's isolate the rectangle and create the center circle, snapping to the rectangle. As Z, squeeze it on the Z-axis. Now we can bring back the rest and keep on shaping the circle. That looks okay. And since the rectangle and the sphere are on the same plane, we can simply run the trim command. Select these 4 and join them. And of course, let's fillet these guys. But before doing so, I would like to make some fine tunings. We have to leave some space because later on when we project it and whatnot, we need some space for filleting. Okay, now we can in control point mode fillet these corners. Let's fillet quite a bit. Not too much, it shouldn't be an ellipse. Yeah, something like this. So a mixture between a rounded rectangle and an ellipse. Something like this, that's okay. Next step is rebuilding this, because in face mode, if we select extrude out a solid, it looks like this. You know that I don't like unnecessary edges. Therefore, let's run the rebuild command. Give it a high point count. Okay. Okay, in face mode, let's extrude both belt buckle as well as the logo. In solid mode, select the solids and the curves. You know what to do. Put them into the construction folder. Mathematically, the positioning of this logo is correct. So the distance here to the right and to the left are equal, but optically it doesn't feel right to me. I want to make small adjustments like this, push this further to the right and to the top. So that looks better. Bring them together. Okay, here's a slight tilt, and we want the tilt also to happen on these parts. Let's make the fine tuning. Press R twice. And now we will extract the faces, the back faces of both solids. So let me show you what I mean first. Select just the logo, G, V. Put the pivot to the center and drag it out the logo. And now we will use a different technique. Let me show you. That's also very funny. So select the back face of the belt buckle and look for match face. If you run the match face command, you have to select the face which needs to be used as a matching face. So in this case, it's this sphere. Okay. Now let's see what has happened. If we isolate, the back face of the belt buckle has adopted the surface of the sphere. So that's what this match face is good for. And in face mode, if you select this newly created matched face and Alt J for unjoin and delete the rest, you can select this face in face mode and extrude. And if we bring back the rest, we have this situation, and obviously we want the belt buckle to be thicker than the rest of the belt. So we can simply offset and push it further out. And let's do the same with the logo. Select only the back faces. Run match face. Select this face, this time the face of the belt buckle. Boom. Let's check. And you see, there is this slight curvature going on. And here also I want to isolate these matched faces. So unjoin the matched faces, Alt J. And delete the rest with the flat face. Let's see if we can thicken them together. It doesn't work, we have to do it individually. Make it thicker, -0.01, and we can adjust the offset later on. But for now, use this value for all of the other parts. Unhide the rest, so we can push this face back in. And duplicate this face. First isolate it and then thicken it slightly, and in face mode bring this one out slightly also. Let's bring back the rest so that the buckle has a slight border, and we can use this border for merging it with this pipe. So let's see what we get, and we can give these two parts the same material later on in Blender, maybe glowing and emission material, but let's see. First of all, I want to cut these parts of the pipe, union these guys right away. Select both of them, press Q twice. In face mode, select this face, delete it. And now we have this holes here. Delete the edges also. Here I won't delete this edge because if I do so, it remains as a sheet. I will rather patch it with Shift J and run the delete redundant topology command. Now it's clean and it's a solid because it's not in the sheets folder any longer. And here I can drag this face further into the body because I need some space for filleting. So bring back the rest, run the fillet, 0.004 or even 0.003, slide fillet here also. And of course, fillet the edges of this face. So select the face, Ctrl 2, not a big one, just that it catches the light. And if we hide the edges, and now let's take care of the logo. Select all the faces, show the edges, activate object snapping, Ctrl 2, give it a cool round fillet. And if you don't do the necessary adjustments in your vector program in Illustrator, I made it in Illustrator, but that doesn't matter in whatever vector program you work. If you don't make the necessary adjustments, and after having imported your SVG into Plasticity, if you don't rebuild it, you won't be able to make fillets that big and that comfortably. So therefore, again, please check out the YouTube video. Now we can push this logo in. The angle of the gizmo is correct. And I want this to remain separate. I don't want to union it with the buckle. I want to give it also another material. The belt is finished, so let's delete the test belt and replace it with the finished one. GX-4, and it fits perfectly to its original place. Hide the edges, that's what we have so far, a nice belt, and it will be more visible when we give it materials, obviously. There are 2 more details or 3 more details which I would like to add to the body. The first one is giving it a paneling here, which has the shape of a collar. That's the first detail. The second detail will be some buttons starting from that collar to the belt. And the third detail will be, again here, within the space of the collar, which will be also visible here. Maybe some kind of vent, not this kind of vent, different shapes. And then we are finished. So let's see how we can do this color thing. Let's isolate the body so we can work more comfortably and we can see all the holes. There aren't that many, that's okay, that is good. I would like to have a V-shaped kind of paneling going on here, starting here. So therefore let's first create a center rectangle. S for square. Rotate it by 45 degrees. Press R twice, type in 45. Cut this upper part, we don't need it, or trim it rather. Join them, and in control point mode, select this control point. Fillet it, make something like this. We want this to be rounded because, you know, the design of our robot of Mr. Botley. Okay, that's the front part. Let's see the back part. Create a circle. Bring it to somewhere here. And let's see if we will be, or if I will be able to create a cool transition between both curves. So if we select both of them and press L for loft, patch both sides. Let's slice this one with Q, Shift Q, select this solid, okay, and let's see how the transition is looking. Looks cool, I like it, but we can make some experiments. This V shape here at the front is more sharp than obviously where the intersection begins, and I want it to be more sharp. That's why I will push this solid further to the right into the body so that the sharp transition intersects more with the body. I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's try this one. Q, Shift Q, select the cutter, press OK, delete the cutter. Let's see what we have. Yeah, this one is now a little bit sharper. I like this transition. BD.02 here also. PD 0.02. It's too much. Give it another fillet. Yeah, that looks better. Hide the edges, the X-ray mode, Alt-H for bring back the rest. Let's select this edge, Shift-D, we will use it as a curve array. Look from the front and create a line, which we will use as a cutter. Second line here at the top. Select all three curves, Shift-H, and let's see, we can trim the lower part, but not the upper one. Make sure that they intersect. Cut curve command. Oh, of course, that's why it didn't work. Select this one, cut curve. Now you see that it works, changed its coloring. Let's place some center circles. And here it aligns along the curve. Wrong direction, so let's change the direction pressing V. So it's still aligned to the curve. You see it by the binormal thing, but direct it to the correct direction. Now let's select this button, look for curve array, select the path, lower the number, something like 5. Press OK, let's see how it looks. If you bring back the rest, looks okay. I will delete this one. 4 is okay. You can delete the array curve. I will use this match face. Let's extrude first of all. Do the same for these. Put them into construction folder and push these ones further in so we have some room for the match face operation. Bring back the rest, Alt-H. Run the match face command. Select the face. And if you isolate this one, there is a slight curvature, not big one, not that obvious, but that's okay. Let's continue with the other buttons. Again, isolate the buttons. Select the faces which were matched, Alt-J. It doesn't unjoin faces of solids which aren't connected, so we have to do it one by one, Alt-J. Select these solids, delete them, and extrude these faces. They have to have the same distance. I will go with 0.005. If you bring back the rest, you can fillet these edges. Hide the edges. So that looks cool from the front. And here also, I will not put any kind of details to the back. I changed my mind. At the beginning in the PureRef references, there was a version where here were some bolts. And I like that detail, so I will add these details also to the shoulders here. And we already have some bolts. So let's take this bolt. Activate the X-ray mode so we can see from where we can rotate freestyle. Run the rotate, press F. Click at this center, then here, and let's rotate. And here we make our first straightening. And let's look from the top. Again, run rotate, freestyle, click at this center, then at this one. Now we have a perfect straight bolt. Okay, let's cut this part. We don't need this part. Select these three parts, so this bolt and the shoulders. Isolate them. Let's look from the top view. Play around with these settings so we can change the pivot. So we have a straight pivot if you look from the right view. Now we can run the Boolean. So select this shoulder, Q, select the bolt as a cutter, but keep the tool, so press T. Now I will select this edge, run a fillet, go to solid mode, let's look from the top. Maybe something like this, that's okay. It can stick out a bit. We can delete this one, select both solids, Alt-X, mirror them along the X-axis. And if you bring back the rest, we should be good to go. If we hide the X-ray mode and the edges, we have this detailing going on, which looks also cool. I will redo this part with the belt. Let me show you what I will redo. You can leave it as it is or you can redo it also. I connected this pipe with the border of the buckle belt, but instead I want to disconnect this part because I want to give this pipe another material than this border, and instead I want to connect this thicker part of the belt with the border of the buckle belt. So let me show you what I mean. Select these two parts, isolate them. So in face mode, first of all, I will delete this face for disconnecting the pipe from the buckle belt, from the border of the buckle belt. You know what I mean? Shift X. Do the same on this side. Shift X. And also Shift X in edge mode this time for deleting the remaining hole. And here, if you remember, if we delete it right away, it will remain as a sheet. Instead, we are patching this guy with G0 continuity or whatever continuity. It doesn't matter. Run the delete redundant topology command. Now this border is again one solid. Then let's take this guy, the pipe, isolate it. It's open. So let's close this one also with Shift J. G0 is fine. On this side also. So in edge mode, select this guy, Shift J. G0 is fine. Now it's a solid again because it's out of the sheet folder. If we bring back the rest, here is a slight gap between the pipe and the border of the buckle belt. Let's delete this face in edge mode. Let's select this edge and let's try to offset in edge mode 0.004 and do the same for the other side. Delete the face in edge mode, select this edge. 0.004. Shift H for isolating this pipe. And let's simply patch both ends with G0 continuity. That's okay. Now the pipe as well as the border of the buckle sheet are fixed. The only thing we need to do is boolean the border of the buckle sheet and the belt itself. Shift H. And we will do the similar thing we have done previously with the pipe and the border. Select the border, press Q, then select this one, Q. And one more thing, if you drag like so, it will again select all the faces. So don't be confused by that. Select the faces you want to get rid of one by one. And be careful when deleting. Now select this edge loop. Shift X. Here we are patching this guy. Run delete redundant topology. Now we have our solid back. So we have a fillet going on 3 edges. Here is a fillet. Here at the inner side is a fillet. And here at the bottom outside is a fillet. But at the bottom inside isn't a fillet. Fillet this guy also. Push this face further in, and in edge mode select this edge loop. Now we can bring back the rest, pressing Alt H, and let's see how it will look if we give this guy a slight fillet. 0.002. This fillet is completely fine. Let's do it also on this side. In edge mode select the edge loop, BD 0.002. And if we hide the edges, okay, by now you might think that I'm a weirdo, which might be correct, because I'm still not pleased with this transition, with this connection here. I like this bevel here, but I don't like how this is going in, and I don't want to connect it. Obviously, we have disconnected it a few moments ago, but I have something else in mind. Select this pipe. Shift H, isolate it. In face mode, select this guy and push it in. And it looks weird while you are pushing, but don't worry. Round number, something like minus 0.015, because as soon as you press OK, it straightens. And if you bring back the rest, delete this face, Shift X, in edge mode, select this edge, patch it, but this time with G1 continuity, so we have a cool round ending going on. So that's what I want. I think this solution looks much better, and I will do the same here on this side. Shift H, in phase mode, push it in, minus 0.15. Delete the phase, Shift X. In edge mode, select the edge, Shift J. With G1 continuity, press OK. Bring back the rest. Okay, this is a much better solution, I think. And there is no conflict with this transition. Okay, now I am done. And we can start with the housekeeping. And I will do it off the record because there is nothing to follow along. You just select the parts and name them and group them. But I will show the result of this housekeeping, of course, and how I have named these guys and prepared them for importing into Blender, for giving it full materials. Here's how I do my house cleaning. I select all the relevant parts, for example, his left arm. Check whether I have everything. No, here is a part. Shift, select this one also. And if you do it from right to left, you make sure that you select everything. Then I press Ctrl G, and here it creates a new group in the outliner. I call it arm underscore left. And I do the groupings with all the other parts also. Let's say here, this one is the head. You can take the neck into the head group, but you can do it also into the body group. And if you want to deselect the part, just press Ctrl and on the relevant part, in this case the neck. Now I have all the parts for the head. Again, Ctrl G, call it head. And after having made all these groupings, I can start naming the parts. This one is the head. I can hide the ones I have named. Here, glasses. And so forth. After having done all these namings, I am done. But here's one thing I'd like to mention. I will just name the big ones, like ears, and here the retina, for example. There are also small parts like these guys. I won't name these ones because when I import it in Blender, I will group these parts anyhow. So there is no point in naming them. And the same here for the arm. I will name these big parts, but not all these joints and bolts and whatnot, because I will group them. Here in Plasticity, you cannot group them. They will remain separate, but in Blender, I can join all these parts, but after having joined, they remain loose. So when you go from object mode to edit mode, you can still treat them as separate parts and you can give them also separate colors. So that's why I won't bother to name all these single parts. Okay, see you after having made the housekeeping. And here I'm back. I have also deleted the redundant folders like the backup and whatnot, so I just have only the ones I will import in Blender. And here all the big parts are named, and the mini ones, like all these little cylinders or rectangles, the stuff around the eye, I haven't named. It's not important. Here for the body, here I have named the logo, the Botley, but that's not that important because we will group them also. We will join them also in Blender. Here, button 1, 2, 3, 4. We will join them. I've just named it so I can show you that I am a freak. Here, shoulder joint, right, left, these guys. Let's look for the leg. Here are also, again, a lot of stuff I haven't named because I will join them in Blender and treat it as one object. Okay, now we are ready for the import in Blender. Okay, now we are in Blender. Delete everything you have in your start scene. We don't need it. And make sure that the Plasticity add-on is activated. So first of all, check here in Preferences, Add-ons, look for Plasticity. This one should be installed, obviously, and active. And here it says connected to localhost 8980. In Plasticity, make sure that in Preferences, this is enabled and this localhost and port are the same values, 8980. And click on connect. I already connected it. That's why it says disconnect. But if you open it up the first time, it says connect. That's what you do. And here, if you have other stuff in your Plasticity file, I mean, I check always only visible. Otherwise, you will also import stuff which isn't visible, but which is in your plasticity file. That's not what we want. We want only the stuff which is visible to be imported. I mean, in our case, we want everything to be imported. So it doesn't make a difference, but it's a good habit. Okay, now we can press refresh. And here it is. Here's our guy. I will go to orthographic view, and by default, this add-on creates a plasticity folder in the collection containing a folder with the name of your plasticity file, containing an inbox folder, containing the folders which you have created in plasticity. So these guys. So everything is well organized. There's one thing I'd like to mention concerning topology. So if you select this, for instance, this body and go to edit mode, we have this situation. It is triangulated. If you are fine with it, leave it as it is. I mean, it looks okay. It looks perfect. There won't be any shading issues. We go to matcap. Look, with this matcap, it looks perfect. You don't have to do anything. But if you want to do any kind of further editing here in Blender, not in plasticity, maybe it's a good idea to convert this triangulated one into an angon, and in that case you can go to angon and refacet. But before doing so, let's first open the advanced settings. The one which is important for us is this face plane, which is at 0.01. Let me show you again the original topology, how we have imported it. If we refacet it with the default settings, we get a shading issue here right away. You see some stuff is going on here. Let's look how the topology is looking now. It's much more reduced. I undo it. I'm back in my original topology. And if I type in 0.001 instead of 0.01 here in the faceplane thing, faceplane tolerance, refacet again, and in edit mode, now we have a cleaner topology with angons. And there aren't any shading issues anymore. So this choice is up to you. You can go ahead and do this kind of retopology. I won't do anything else. I leave it as it is because I just want to do the coloring stuff. Coloring and texturing. So if I'm fine with the topology as it is and I want to do anything else, the next thing I do is putting these folders into the collection folder, bringing it out of this plasticity folder. I do them right into the scene collection. Now they are out of this plasticity thing. We don't need it any longer. And the reason why I am doing this step is if I edit my stuff here while all these folders are in the folder structure created by this add-on, and if I refresh it for whatever reason, all my editing which I have done in Blender will be gone. In order to avoid it, I bring all these folders out of the plasticity folder, put them right into the scene collection and delete the remaining stuff here. And I don't even need the collection folder created by Blender by default. These will be the folders which are important for me. Next step is, let me show you, let's take this for example, duplicate it with Shift-D. Here you can see that the cursor of all the parts are not at the center of the geo, but at the center of the world origin of plasticity. So in this case, let's take this head. That's okay. But here, in the case of this shell, it looks off. That's why I will go through all these folders and make the relevant adjustments by, let's take this arm left folder first, by selecting all these relevant parts and Shift S, object origin to geo. Boom. Now the cursor is no longer at the world origin, but at the origin of the geo itself. When you rotate or do any kind of editing, it will do it around the center of the object itself. But if you leave it this way and you rotate, look what happens. So that's why I will do this adjustment for all the parts which are named, and the parts which I haven't named, I will leave them for now. I will just concentrate on the ones I have named. And after I have done this, Shift S cursor to geometry thing, I can hide them, the ones I have done. And the shortcut for hide is like in plasticity H. It is somehow tedious, it looks as an unnecessary step, but trust me, it will make a complex model much more organized and it will be easier for you to edit it. So let's take these guys for example. These are one of them which we haven't named in Plasticity. So we can simply select all three, Ctrl J for joining them. Now they are all one object. And again, cursor to geometry. And now we can name it. I will call it palm_left and hide it. So we can't do the same when it comes to all the parts of the thumbs. I mean here, let me again show the palm left. Here we could group all them or join all these three parts and call it a day because we will give them all the same materials. But here in case of the thumb, for instance, and also in case of all the other fingers, they will have different materials and we will group them, we will join them after we have given them the materials. Let me show you the reason. If I isolate this pad and go to face mode, this part isn't connected any longer. It consists of a lot of parts. So if I select this is one part. These are all loose parts. And if I would join them right away, it would be harder for me to select all these parts separately and give them different materials. So that's why I will do something like this. I will select these three, they will get the same material. I can join them just to reduce the cluttered scene here and make the same. Cursor to geometry. So basically all the parts which will get the same material, I can join them. And I don't need to have any kind of separation between the different fingers. I can go ahead and select all these parts. And this one, Ctrl J, join them because they will get all the same material. And here I can select all these pads. So basically join all the parts which will get the same material. After I have given them the material, I can join all the parts with different materials together as one hand. And now if I again change the cursor of the geometry, boom, it comes to the center of all these parts. So I can call this one, if I press F2 right away, I can change the name. Fingerpad_left, hide it. Here, Shift S to geometry, F2, fingers, left, hide with H. Here again, the outer part, they will get the different material than the one in the middle. I would like to have a difference. Both of them will get a metallic material, but the one here in the middle may be slightly darker or brighter, I don't know. Just to show that here is a different detailing going on. So that's why I will select all these and join them together. And I can add these ones also because they will get the same material. Ctrl J, F2, name it, hide it with H. You see the shortcuts are very powerful in Blender, I like it. And let's check these guys. I will unhide these. Yeah, I think we can give these guys all the same material. So again, we can take all these. Ctrl J. You cannot join them if you drag without highlighting one part. So let's highlight this one. So this one becomes yellow. The other ones remain orange. Ctrl J. Now we were able to join. Shift S to geometry. F2 bolts. Now all the parts of the left arm are named. We can drag like so, collapse and deactivate, and do the same with the right arm and all the other parts. And I will do the grouping and the naming and whatnot off the record, and after that I will show you my results, because there is no point in showing some repetitive tasks. Okay, let me give you a quick walkthrough on how I have reorganized and joined and renamed all the parts of my model. And let's start with the head. I activate the head folder. Of course, I have changed the cursors to the center of all the relevant geo. Here I haven't renamed that much. They all remained as we have named it in Plasticity. But these guys, I joined them. So let me isolate it. I joined these and called them eye lights left, and here eye lights right. It consists of a lot of parts, the head, but it's not that cluttered any longer. Let's deactivate the head, activate the body. Here I have joined all the letters and called it logo. I have joined the buttons. And the rest remained as it is. In terms of names, I just changed the cursor. That's for the body. Here also I haven't made that many changes. I joined these 3 pipes and called them shoelace. And these guys, I joined them, called them shoe-toe lines. Can give them other names. I didn't group these in plasticity because they were loose parts. So I joined them here, called them tank track cylinder, tank track pallets for these parts. And the little ones, I called them tank track rectangles. Okay, here the star, I joined the star and its border. So that's it. And the arms we discussed at the beginning. And I also joined these 2 shells. Okay, now we are ready to color our robot. Okay, we have modeled our guy in plasticity and we imported in Blender and made all the necessary adjustments for making it ready for coloring. And here our ways may split. There are a gazillion ways to go about it based on everyone's personal preference. I will show you what I have done. I will make a quick walkthrough and I will provide you also with the Blender file so you can check what I have made with all the materials and whatnot and the scene setup. And I have already created a collection called Scene containing the camera and scene and some lighting. I will also talk about my workflow and the post-processing in Photoshop, because there is one mistake many 3D artists do, including me. They spend so much time in modeling and making great looking shapes and whatnot. At the end of their project, they are exhausted and they don't spend much love and much time for their rendering. But unfortunately, rendering is what makes or breaks your model, because at the end of the day, if you put your artwork into a portfolio for publishing it to the world, results are all what matters. And if you don't put the necessary effort in your rendering and in your post-processing, chances are that you won't be able to present the real quality of your work. Please don't neglect the rendering process. It is as important as the modeling part. And the fact that I just do a quick walkthrough through the rendering process doesn't make it less important. This is just not a rendering course. So let me show you what I have done. So when I open the scene, I will show you the content of it. There isn't that much stuff. There is just this scene. Let me isolate it. This thing. And I wanted to have some kind of a sci-fi background. Of course, it's up to your personal taste. I will provide you with the file, as I said. You can use it, you can use something else, you can use the infinite background thing, a white infinite background. But I wanted to see our guy Botley in a sci-fi environment. So that's the scene. Next, there is an area light, a yellowish area light, and a bunch of perspectives from which I have made my renders. The scene doesn't consist only of this light source. The main light source is actually an HDRI. Here an HDRI, which you can import in the world properties. Here under color, if you go to environment texture, you can load in an HDRI, and this HDRI is from Poly Heaven. So that's the main light source. Okay, what else do we have? Let me show you the cameras, the different views. First of all, I have this one, Hero, and this is, by the way, the resolution 2560 by 1440. That's my resolution. But I won't talk about all these settings. I will provide you with the Blender file. You can check it out for yourself. All the properties I have used, file format and whatnot. But nevertheless, let's check the settings for the cameras. So if I click on this guy, activate this camera and go to camera view, we have this situation. There are two things which I would like to say about the camera settings. First thing is the focal length. So by default, it's set to 50 millimeters. I made this 100. And in other camera settings, I have something like 135. And the second thing I have changed is the depth of field. That's very important. I have depth of field activated for all the other cameras also. Here I have set the focus on the glasses. So let me show you how it looks in render mode. Everything but the robot itself is blurred out thanks to the depth of field. And like I said, the focus is on this guy, on the glasses. And if I hide the overlays, So that's the first render. The next render, I won't talk about all these settings. I will just go through all my different views. Here, hands. Here I have the focal length of 135. Depth of field set to the logo so that the hand is slightly blurred out. And also play with this setting, this f-stop. Here you can adjust the amount of this depth of field effect. Top view, here I have this amount set to 5.6. And the amount of this depth of field was, of this f-stop was at 50, so much larger. So this isn't that blurred out. And here also the focal length is at 135. So I've played with these settings. The focal length, depth of field, here's the focus on the top, on this part, and f-stop. So the amount of depth of field. These three parameters I have changed for every camera. Here is another perspective, side view, so we can see all this stuff. The tank tracks, the detailing here, the spring, our chucks. And here is also a vertical one, but it won't look vertical since our camera setting is set to horizontal. And I will show you the result of this vertical one also in Photoshop. And I will go back to our hero. That's for the setup, for the scene setup. When it comes to the texturing, I have used straightforward materials. Even with these basic materials, we can achieve cool results. Let me also open here this material tab. White metal, base color is at white, metallic set to 0. And I have reduced the roughness also, so it's glossy. This is also a straightforward metallic bright metal material. Like I said, I haven't given them any kind of texturing, Voronoi texture, noise texture, whatnot. Here another one, a rubber. Here I have bumped up the roughness to 0.8, so it isn't glossy and it gives us the rubber look. Black metal, roughness is at 0. What else do we have? We have this one, that's an emission shader, glow. I have given this guy this type of bluish color, light blue. Here I have a glass shader, a glass BSDF. Here I've played with the roughness. That's basically it. Here is a metallic with this color again. So maybe I have skipped some materials, but you can check it out for yourself. I have named them so you can check it out here. And after having rendered them, I played around with the colors in Photoshop. And this is what I came up with, the final rendering. And by the way, I have made 2 renders of each perspective. One with the scene, one without the scene. So I can use this one for separating it from the rest in Photoshop. So that's what I have here in Photoshop. So that's the basic look, this one. So I first open this one up, convert it to a smart object. I play around with the camera raw filter. It is living here under camera raw filter. I have given them this filter and I named the layer after the raw filter I have given it. And if we double click on this guy, so there are 2 things. I have played with the color settings here and then I slapped a template on it. This FD07, then we get this result. So from this to this, then I played with the levels and brightness. I wanted this one to be darker. So when I copy this one, the second render, to our scene, or rather drag it by just taking this guy, going to this scene and pressing shift, so it places this one to the exact correct spot. Now I can control click on this guy, come to this one and press Ctrl J, and I end up with this result, a little brighter than the rest of the scene. I make a copy of all these, merge them together and slap another camera raw filter on it, this FD10. Then it looks like this. And here I reduce the opacity. This effect isn't that dominant. The next step is copying the vector file, a smart object, and play around with the colors and drop shadow and whatnot. And here the arms, they are a little bit too dark now. The detailing is gone. That's why I have taken this guy, which we had at the beginning, gave him a mask. Let me enable it. And I have masked out these parts so they are a little bit brighter so that we can see these details. Here you can also see the effect of the depth of field so that the background is blurred out and we focus on our botany. Here, top again. The focus is here on the top so that the floor is blurred out. And I have made the exact same adjustments as here for the hero. Head again, background blurred out. And that's it. I hope you had fun following along and I hope that you have learned a lot of stuff. Check out my YouTube channel and hopefully see you in my next course. Peace!